I think what's the easiest way once we go live, Joe, to
Okay, and now.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. This is Leanne Dalzell, Mayor of Christchurch speaking, and I am chairing my first council meeting by audio link. This is going to be a very interesting meeting for that, but we are making it as open and transparent as we possibly can under the conditions of the lockdown. This is an important opportunity for us to demonstrate and role model good behaviour, which is staying away from our workplace and ensuring that we are able to still connect with those who are able to listen from home. This is a new time, and things are going to be done quite differently, and I'll just run through that. But all councillors, I think somebody's got their microphone on because there is going to be some feedback into an audio link. So if councillors and staff can all keep their microphones off when somebody else is speaking, and I will be disciplined in that regard as well. So the meeting is being broadcast via the council website, and the recording will be available on the council website following the meeting. The presentations that are going to be given today will be published with the minutes of the meeting, and meeting attendees are required to mute their microphones when they're not speaking, so there may be a slight delay as we move through the meeting. I thank councillors for being willing to participate in this process. We are going to try to get the video option of the virtual meeting room operating for next week, but within the time that we've had, it has been a little bit challenging to be able to deliver that this week. So this meeting has 3 items on the agenda, and before I officially start the agenda of the meeting, could I invite James Daniels to give us the Karakia timatanga. Thank you, Councillor Daniels.
Kia ora tātou, unaccustomed as I am to a microphone. This Karakia acknowledges that we're in autumn with the leaves falling. We're getting ready for the winds blowing those leaves. I'll do it in Te Reo Māori, of course. It's getting cooler inland and out towards the coast, and the dawn is rising to hopefully frosts in the near future, because we know that in our area that after a frost we get a beautifully fine day. So the Karakia is whakataka te hau ki te uru nui, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ka mā kina ki uta, ka mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atākura, e tio, te huka, e hauhunga, Haumie, huie, taikie. Kia ora.
Kia ora, James, and thank you very much for that. There are no apologies and there are no declarations of interest advised in advance of the meeting. So now I'd like to hand over to Mary Richardson, our General Manager, who's responsible for leading the COVID-19 Incident Management Team, and ask her to give us a presentation recognising that the PowerPoint presentation may not be publicly available at the moment, but this will be able to be played back with the PowerPoint presentation after the meeting. That's a message for the public. I think it is available to us on the hub. So over to you, Mary Richardson.
Greetings. Can I just check with you, Mayor, if you can hear me properly, if I'm loud enough?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So thank you very much. I'm just going to walk through an update around COVID-19, give a brief overview about the international context, the national status, and then the council status, and also an update on the EOC that we now have stood up. So as the latest figures for the sort of global status is from the World Health Organization, and that's data from the 29th of March. And at that point, there were 750,890 confirmed cases. So 750,000 cases and 36.5 confirmed deaths. The fatality rates across the world differing significantly between countries, so that some countries are sitting at over 10% and others are actually sitting lower. The most recent...
Excuse me, sorry for interrupting, Mary, but somebody hasn't got their microphone switched off. Can everyone who is not speaking, everyone other than Mary, please switch off their microphone? Sorry for doing this. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So I was just talking about the fatality rates, which vary significantly across the world, but the latest work that was just published in the BMJ, British Medical Journal, and the Lancet over the last day or two.
Sorry, there's something wrong with your line, Mary. Mary, I'm sorry, but you're fading in and out, and we need to be able to hear the information because of the recording and the publication of this, the broadcasting of it. So I don't know why there seems to be fuzziness.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, but there's a fuzziness on the line, and I don't know whether it's me or whether others have it as well.
Yeah, I've got it. This is the point I was trying to raise before.
No, I think someone's doing it and they haven't got their phone on mute.
Can everyone confirm that can everyone put their phone on mute? It's why I interrupted before. There's a little blue bubble, we're all used to bubbles now, with a white microphone in the middle. Can you please touch on it and...
This way?
Thank you, that sounds better.
Okay, great. So, okay, I'll keep going. So, I was just talking about the global status. The slide, which is slide 4 in the PowerPoint presentation, presents the global status with the EPI curve, the epidemic curve, which actually shows that across the world, well, this pandemic started in China. We now have USA as the epicenter of the world, What's interesting to note is that USA had its first case only in 20th of January, and 2 months later it now has over 140,000 cases. New York is actually where is now the epicenter of the entire world. So New York City in its own is the epicenter, and it now has surpassed China's Hubei province. China's Hubei province had 67,800 cases. New York has now close to 76,000 cases. The next slide actually just talks about what's happening in New Zealand, and the data for New Zealand was at 9 o'clock on the 1st of April. Today's data will not be published till this afternoon, but that data indicated that we now have a total of 708 combined confirmed and probable cases. With 61 new cases reported in the preceding 64 hours. As at 1st of April, there were 82 recovered cases, which is up 8 from the day before. We sadly had our first death linked to COVID-19 in New Zealand on the 29th of March. And currently we have 14 people in hospital with 2 people in critical care. Slide 6 illustrates that epi curve in New Zealand. And the data for New Zealand at the moment is suggesting that there's a strong link to overseas travel and links to confirmed cases, so that actually community transmission in New Zealand is only sitting at 1% at the moment. But actually that is likely to change with the recent decision about more testing, because at the moment it's hard to actually gauge the true extent of community transmission. There's probably possibly community transmission that actually hasn't been detected yet, and with the increased testing, we may well see that data change, and we may see the curve change. Now that doesn't mean that actually things are necessarily getting worse. It just means that we are detecting more with that testing. I have included in slide 7 just the definition of the difference between confirmed cases, probable cases, just so people understand that terminology, and also the difference in the definition of community transmission, local transmission, and imported cases, just because I know these terms are sort of bandied around, and actually just so people understand what I'm talking about when I talk about that. Slide 8 gives a presentation of cases per DHB, and you'll see in Canterbury DHB at the moment there are 52 cases. And I also included a slide that had been, or graph produced by our monitoring research team in council, that actually displays that across Canterbury in terms of confirmed and probable cases. Also, the next slide, slide 10, actually illustrates what's happening in Canterbury across the age groups. Now, this is particularly important to note, because we have heard a lot about the greatest risk as people over 70 and potentially over 60 and over 70 in particular, and with people with immune issues. What we are incurring in Canterbury and also across New Zealand is actually the most cases are happening in that 20 to 29 year age group. And that probably has been suggested for a number of factors. They are the most likely to have been travelling and travelled, but also the ones that potentially did not do the immediate lockdown and just tend to be more connected and more have a wider circle, so they are connecting more regularly, or were connecting more regularly. But that's a interesting phenomenon for New Zealand and CDHB. And I just want to touch also, people would have heard the report about the fact that there was a cluster in Christchurch that had been reported and put on MOH Ministry of Health website. That cluster, Ministry of Health confirmed the presence of the cluster around a Christchurch organic processing facility operated by Living Earth. This is actually not technically a cluster. A cluster tends to be over 10, and Ministry of Health have now removed clusters under 10 off their website. But I did want to talk about Living Earth because of the Council's association with it. So at this stage there were 8 confirmed cases and 1 probable case, and that's related to the location. So it's not actually, they are not all within the company, so they were extended family and close contacts for people in that company. It originated from a recent overseas travel by a family member of a staff member, and Waste Management and Living Earth are supporting their staff. But just to give confidence to the community and people in contact, the company acted swiftly in line with its business continuity plan. It identified the close contact as soon as the person was identified as a suspected case. It immediately isolated the office area where the team member was based. It engaged cleaners to conduct a full sanitisation of the office, and it started the self-isolation of team members who were identified as close contacts. So actually, as soon as that occurred, managed it swiftly, and at this stage there's no suggestion of any risk to any people or any further people or visitors or customers of that area. So that's being monitored closely, and they acted swiftly. And I want to now just talk about the national response that's happened, and then we'll go on to what we've done in Christchurch, because a lot of what we've done in Christchurch has actually also related to that national response. So people will know on the 25th of March we moved into alert level 4, which was put a lockdown across New Zealand for 4 weeks. That same day we also had a state of national emergency declared by the Minister of Civil Defence under the Civil Defence Emergency Act, and that declaration was put in place because it gives the government powers to requisitions, for example, essential supplies, powers to close roads, prohibit and regulate traffic, stop activities, and these powers will augment those powers of the Director General of Health. It's too soon to say if the lockdown measures are slowing transmission, and that's just because the lag between actually people being in contact, picking up the virus, and it actually being reported in figures and stats. We would hope that actually over time we will see that the rapid increase we've had daily, although it has reduced over the last couple of days, that we will see that start to level off. And it's at that point when actually the recovery rate is higher than the new case rate that we will get a sense that whether we're on top of that. But there are significant risks still with travellers returning to New Zealand. Sorry, you just dropped out completely then. Can you repeat that? I think it's your line, Mary, that's not so hot. So can you just go back and repeat that sentence again, because it just completely dropped out. Oh, right, okay. So I was just saying that it was too soon to say if lockdown measures are slowing the transmission of COVID-19, because there's a lag between actually people being infected and actually being tested and reported. But hopefully we will start seeing that levelling off of that epi curve, and at the point at which the recovery rate is higher than the new rate, or new cases rate, is when we actually really know we've made some progress. But at the moment we still have that risk of travellers returning to New Zealand, and also now we, as I've talked about, we don't know the community transmission, but actually that as more testing is done we should be able to detect that. In terms of the rest of the national response, as well as that borders being closed, and our domestic travel has been restricted. There's reduction in passenger flights, and that will actually help in terms of it will increase the capacity of cargo-specific air freight, and will hopefully alleviate some of the issues around supply chains. But it is really important that we do continue to message that actually there are enough supplies, and actually panic buying and stockpiling isn't actually helpful at this time at all. The other national response which I have touched on, which 1st of April announced, was the increase in testing, so that at 30th of March the country had capacity to do about 3,200 tests a day, and that is going to be rapidly increasing, so that by the end of next week 2 more laboratories will join the current 8 laboratories processing tests, and hope to raise that testing capacity to 5,000 tests a day. We also have seen, or will see, an increase in the community-based assessment centres. So currently there are 43 active across New Zealand, plus 51 designated practice testing stations, but that will increase. And as you'll be aware, one is being stood up in Christchurch, an additional one in Christchurch, at Upper Riccarton. In terms of the health sector response, the government has increased the public health funding immediately to additional 500 million. We have had, as at the latest report, 5,600 former and current health practitioners and care workers have logged onto the national recruitment platform. And this is a significant trend that's actually happened across the world, where recently retired health practitioners have registered and to commit themselves to working on this. So that commitment of care is incredible. That these people are putting their self at risk to actually support the community. We have no current indication from the DHBs that they're unable to meet demand at this stage. So DHBs are reporting excess bed capacity at the moment, and that's largely due to the cancelling of elective surgery and some outpatient services. DHBs have, you would have seen in the media recently, have been reporting issues of frontline workers in their community with PPP here, and more have been deployed out to CDHBs in the last 48 hours, and out to NGO providers as well. National Healthline is another response. As at the 31st of March, 12.7 thousand calls were answered in that day, and that was compared to 773 on the same day last year. So that's been a huge increase in calls. There were some lags and delays in Healthline being unable to answer those calls. We have been assured that the wait times are starting to trend down, but you will also see that a new Healthline has been stood up by councils across the country, and I'll report to that on our response. The slide 18 just gives you that trend of calls into Healthline, so that gives an indication of concern across the community that are going in and seeking support from Healthline about that. There's been national packages of financial support, and I won't go into the details of that, but they're summarised in page 19. They include wage subsidies, rent freezes, deferred mortgage schemes, etc. There's also been additional welfare support being put in to both the NGO sector and the public sector to support the psychosocial welfare support service needs that are facing people during this lockdown period. Nationally, in terms of law and order, the increase of family harm calls is gradually increasing over the lockdown period and is expected to continue to increase. So police and other agencies are putting more support in there and making sure that people actually know where to get help for that move. We are also seeing issues around traffic management issues. We're incurring those both here in Christchurch and nationally about with reduced volume on the road. Some people were just driving down the wrong side of the roads. We sometimes have road crews not doing this protective health and safety requirements. Here in Christchurch, we have communicated to all of the traffic management maintenance crews or people doing work about the requirements still to maintain those systems, even those cars aren't on the road. In terms of the New Zealand economy, you would see there's a quote there on page 22 from the International Monetary Fund that said globally that this will actually have a recession that will be at least as bad or worse than previous recessions, but it will recover and the expected recovery in 2021. And that the faster the actions are put in place to stop the virus, as we have done here in New Zealand, the quicker and stronger the recovery will be. So it's about acting fast and making sort of quite severe actions will actually mean that the impact on the economy will mean that it recovers more quickly. So in New Zealand, the forecasting is that there will be challenges throughout 2020 with a sizable contraction to GDP, and that will be larger than the recession in the 1990s and the global financial recession. But it is again expected to recover. So a downturn in quarter two of about 15%. Followed by a rise in quarter three of 10%. So overall shrinking across 2020 of about 6%. Again, that sort of aggressive response potentially means here that the fallout on labour and housing markets and the wider economy may not be as severe and may be more limited. Slide 23 just gives an indication of the predictions around New Zealand GDP across from 2022 to 2024. I now want to talk about Council's response, so the Council's own response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So as you will all be aware, Council stood up an incident management team in late January. So actually planned early and was prepared for what may eventuate. So that means that actually by the time the alert force was put in place, Council was actually well able and did have all its essential services established and able to be provided during that lockdown period. So those essential services included all three water services, essential transport and traffic management services, rubbish collection and oil management, and our cemetery services. We have all the rest, most of our other services also stood up and being provided from people's homes. So those both essential and non-essential services, we have them, the majority of those services provided from home, with a few ones of them having to be locked down in critical areas. And when we say lockdown, that means that actually only those teams are allowed access and nobody else, when they are identified as essential services, to be able to move away from their homes. Council also, just in terms of the services that are continuing, even though they're not deemed as essential services, we have our consenting and compliance team that are continuing to process resource consents and building consents from home. We have a small team that are actually able to do site inspections for essential services. So that's around the new hospital with the DHB, and it's around CBAs. So that's saying we have an essential team that don't want to slow up any response that's put in place. We are continuing to monitor noise complaints, and there's some indication that these are trending up at the moment. And you'll be aware that we have actually had rapid things put in place for the governance arrangements that you as Mayor and councillors had been very proactive about making sure things were in place to enable you to carry on making decisions. We also, across our capital program, you'll be aware that all non-essential capital and operation works has been suspended and all work sites have been closed and made safe. That doesn't mean that those teams aren't still working, so that all those capital teams are now refocusing on work that can be done at home and speeding up work to make sure it's ready for execution and construction as soon as actually alert 4 is lifted and we are able to move into the recovery phase. So they're working on design, development, procurement and documentation preparation, so we are definitely ahead of the game when things lifted and we can actually start that economy again in Christchurch or make our contribution to the economy when that is lifted. We also are doing some monitoring, make safe and safety checks on the closed down sites to make sure they don't become a health risk. And have actually made sure that all our contractual obligations are sorted, and we're working closely with all our contractors and companies and providers to actually keep that relationship going through this time, to make sure they have capacity to respond to the critical essential maintenance work, but also that they know we are working on the recovery and actually sort of will be working with them as soon as we are into that recovery phase. We have most of our parks open, but we have closed our playgrounds. So we have a few people that are monitoring and replacing those cordons around those playgrounds just to discourage and stop people using them. We have some of our public toilets open that will remain open, and that's for essential service workers, and one for the homeless as well. We are monitoring those and doing additional cleaning, and we will be varying those based on the feedback from essential service workers about which toilets they want to remain open for their sort of comfort. I'll skip on to that. If I move on to slide 29, across council is that while many of our walk-in services are now no longer available, the teams and units across there have started to rethink how we do things, so that just because the building's closed doesn't mean actually the service isn't closed. And this is because a recognition right back at the beginning of when we were planning this response was if we go into lockdown, people will need still to remain connected. They'll still need to actually have access, even if they can't get physical access to things. So that's contributing to their well-being. So we have the art gallery that actually has got now physically closed but digitally opened. It's got the vast majority of its collection online, so people can go online and look at it and read about it. It's got Facebook pages with live talks, music and videos and updates, and it's got some more quirky fun things around poets and different people reading poems so people can hand wash to some poem. We have our recreation centres that are doing online workouts. So this is actually one of our biggest hits on our websites at the moment, is people going in and doing online workouts. And we've had incredible feedback around that from people who actually, and you'll see some of those quotes in there. Families that are doing it, children that are doing it, and people that are doing it, sort of adults that are doing it, just to actually stay fit, healthy and connected. We also have our library services that's digitally open 24 hours a day, and I won't read through, from page 31, I won't read through everything that's available there, but 50,000 titles, 6,500 courses, 260 tutorials, lots of free access to a number of things and a number of interactive things. People can also get help on there about how to sign up and also how to get keep data. So working with a partner to actually get people actually connected online and very affordable data access for those that didn't have broadband beforehand. We are making sure in our communications area in council that we have multiple channels for public communication. So as well as our digital communication, we've set up our radio advertising. We're linking with key locations such as supermarkets to ensure key information is available. We're doing our weekly community board newsletters, and we're actually doing some real-time monitoring around what requests and issues are coming in through our call centre, so we can actually respond to those across social media and our sort of our newsline and our main web page. In terms of council staffing, we have about 760 staff who are involved in the provision and support of those essential services. Almost all of those, as I mentioned, are working from home. So while they're not essential staff, they are still in lockdown and not out roaming the city or the streets. We only have a few key staff that are in physical workplaces like pump stations and treatment stations. We have all our non-essential staff now in isolation, and they are also working and deployed onto different activities. We still have a few people that from our facilities, such as the lifeguards, etc., who we are working with over the next week to find deployment and work opportunities for them during this lockdown period. As of 1st of April, we had no confirmed or suspected cases of coronavirus amongst council staff, but we do have a small number of staff who have had close contact with a confirmed case, and so therefore we're monitoring these people just to make sure they're okay. We have also, as you'll be aware, Council stood up its EOC after the declaration was made, and that's operating out of the Justice Precinct. And Council's sole defence effort is actually focused on welfare needs. So earlier this week we established an 0800 line, which enables people to call in if they have needs for particular household requirements, food, particular products, or else if they need more help and more support somewhere else, that we can direct them to that. This will be a single point of entry, and the team has actually established very quickly a whole pathway of how those calls come in, how they're triaged, how they're tasked out to appropriate agencies or appropriate people, and how that support is provided. So within a very short time of that helpline being established, there were already calls in. At the moment, a large number are around people that are isolated and can't get access to food because they don't have credit cards or they don't have online services. So there'll be a large number of food provision. This is actually will be reimbursed through the central government Civil Defence Welfare Fund. So we are supporting those people locally. We also yesterday did some work to actually find the pockets of freedom campers across our city, somewhere that was safe for them to stay, that had proper facilities that they could shower and protect themselves in. So that was work that was done with the support of the police, but across our parks team and our EOC team, of actually taking those people to somewhere that they could stay, and significant, I think, when they arrived at the facility and they were welcomed by council staff and made to feel valued, I think was significant for those people. These are predominantly young people who are trapped in this country, can't get home, and were scared and had nowhere to go. So to be able to support them until they are able to get home was particularly important. We also, across the EOC, are supporting the repatriation arrivals that come into the city and have to go straight into isolation and may not have supplies or food, so that initial support for them while they're in isolation. So that's probably the full update of what we're doing and what's happening. Just the concluding remarks, I do want to re-quote something that the Mayor said about council: remarkable people doing remarkable things. That's all across our organisation, and it's actually all across our city. So we have learnt from our experience and our mistakes in previous instances, and we're working with others to get things done. And we're focusing on our people and our city. And, it actually just blows me away how people have responded to this, and that's particularly our staff, you as elected members, but also our wider partners and the community as a whole. Here in Christchurch, we have a huge amount of social capital and experience around this, and we will get through this, and we will be able to recover. A lot of people will be hit hard by this, but actually we will get through it and we will recover. And Canterbury economy possibly has an advantage over New Zealand economy because of the food-centric nature, and particularly as China starts to recover, the actual ability to actually our food-centric economy to then support that recovery will mean our economy will strive. But overall, it's I think that we are well placed because the organisation was ready for this, and the city is used to this in a way. One last concluding comment: please don't flush your wet wipes down the toilets. So they are impacting on our waste treatment station. That's a message that's going across New Zealand, but particularly important for us here too. So that's it. The last page just has a key contacts and phone numbers, just in case anybody wants to know where to go for all the different numbers. So that's it. Thank you.
Look, thank you very much, Mary. I guess, just to repeat, stay home, save lives, and of course the new 0800 number, which we were able to stand up on behalf of the civil defence response, which is a national civil defence response, which is we were asked to coordinate regionally, right throughout the country, and Christchurch City Council is now triaging all of those calls through our call centre. So a big shout out to the call centre for the work that they've done, and because I've switching between pages and everything else, I haven't got the number in front of me, so perhaps you'd like to repeat the number for the 0800, and this is just for people who are at home, who can't get out to the supermarket for whatever reason. They don't have access to a car, they don't have access to a person in their bubble that's able to do it for them. They have a particular condition or anything like that where they need somebody to do the shopping for them. Can you just give us that number, please?
So it's 0800 24 24 11.
Well, that's a very easy number to remember. 0800 24 24 11. So that's great. Thank you very much. Look, I've had a few questions in regarding Eco Central, but I'm not going to go through any of those that relate to personal cases. We really do need to make sure that we get a lot of information very quickly. And there's been a number of questions that are also coming in relation to the Eco Central decision, etc., etc. So there are quite a few issues around Eco Central, but essentially, myself and some of the directors have had some conversations with the Chief Executive of CCHL, and so we'd like to get an information package together for you because there are a number of issues that arise. We don't want to break people's habits in terms of utilising the yellow bin for just yellow bin material, but people's needs for the red bin have actually increased while we're all at home, especially people that have got larger families than I have, but I've certainly noticed an increase of stuff that has unfortunately required to go in the red bin, and for a whole lot of reasons that's happened. So I'd like to not focus too much on that because there are a number of issues that we'll need to find out. So and in fact we'll probably see if we can get some sort of update to you beforehand. We've got a council meeting for next week, as you can see from the recommendations on the paper. One of the recommendations is to schedule a series of meetings on the next paper, is to schedule a series of meetings. We are setting one up for next week. It has to be called an extraordinary meeting because it's not sufficient notice under the standard rules. But after that, you'll see that we've set them up every 2 weeks, so that we've got them scheduled for every second Thursday and every fourth Thursday of the month, which means that we can have a report to the council next week and we can make decisions next week. So if people are prepared to hang fire so that we can gather the information, there is financial information to consider, but there's also some very simple solutions that I think we need to look at so that we can facilitate people during this period of lockdown when they don't have access to recycling facilities for a number of reasons. So if anyone wants to ask a question, that obviously Mary's covered a lot of ground. Can you just send through a quick email now? Just quickly, just not to the last 2 minutes, but go to the original extraordinary council meeting and send a message to councillors, to Dawn and to Joe, and just councillors and Mayor, Dawn and Joe, just send an email just saying question. No. There are no questions.
So I did have one question, but I'm just trying to get that email.
Okay.
Through. Do you want me to send email it through? Or?
No.
Oh,
I'm going to ask you to give a question. I'm just saying, write question. So anyway, this is difficult to manage. So Yanni, please ask your question. If anyone else has a question, just write the word question in the subject line. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for the update, and thank you for all the staff, with you and around you who have also been working so hard in these extraordinary times. I'm still struggling to get a clear sense of what's happening in regards to the issue of people being isolated and having a barrier to technology. I understand that Chorus has announced some quite significant work. I know we have Enable as a council, and I know that there's also a partnership with our libraries, with Skinny, to provide low-cost broadband. But the gap seems to be no one's talking about the devices that people need to connect. And I just wondered if there is a kind of what the strategic thinking or planning is around the whole issue of technology and how it can be overcome. It seems very fragmented at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
So am I on sound?
Yes.
Oh, great. So at the moment it is probably not the time to get devices into people's homes because we're isolating. So that is one of the reasons that the 0800 number is being set up, so that people can actually call the 0800 number and get things sorted out, and that some of the 0800 number will flag up that people don't have access to devices. If that can be remedied easily and safely, there will be some indications sent up to National to see if there's a national response. If not, it should be something that actually probably is worked on outside of a lockdown period. So at the moment, the concentration is on getting people who've got devices and not Wi-Fi onto Wi-Fi, so that they have broadband. But actually, there is a shortage of devices across the country, and also we don't want that many people going in and out of people's homes.
Thanks. And can you just clarify the criteria for people to get? I presume we're in partnership with Skinny through our libraries. So what's the criteria for people to get access to that?
It's a partnership with the Digital Inclusion Alliance, and that's on our website, or if people are queried about it, they can ring our call centre number, and they will be able to connect them to our library, fingertip library staff, or be able to actually get somebody to do a call back.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you for that. A good question. So Phil Major's got a question in relation to Christchurch City Council staff, which is actually a question for Dawn to answer, not for Mary. So would you like to Phil ask your question? Turning on your microphone would be a good idea. Phil Major, are you there? Hello, Phil.
Mayor, it's Dawn here. I can see his question. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes, please.
So Councillor Phil Major has asked, has CCC got any staff on stand down? And then the next question is, and have we applied for the government wage subsidy for them? So in response to the two parts, we have some staff on stand down. What we are trying to do is redeploy as many people as possible into areas where we have demand. So I can't give you an actual number at this point, but we are working. In fact, there's been a COVID-19 note sent out through the teams to specifically ask where we want to put people into redeployment, where we've got demands for skills. We're currently doing that as we speak. And then secondly, in terms of the government wage subsidy, we are not eligible to apply for it.
Sorry, Phil just sent through a note saying he's disconnected and he'll be back. It sounds like I'll be back comment that's been made in the past. So we'll just wait for him to come back on, but I'm just wondering if there's anyone else that had any questions in the meantime. No. All right. Well, look, we'll circulate the answer, Dawn, as soon as we'll circulate the answer after the meeting and make sure that there's an update on our, rolling log, so that people are able to access the answer. It's not Phil, is it? Is that Phil?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Phil. I'll get Dawn to repeat the answer. She asked your question on your behalf and answered it because we hadn't realised you'd disconnected. I did call for you a few times. So Dawn, can I just hand back to you?
Certainly, Mayor. So, Councillor Major, two parts of your question. Yes, we do have some of our staff on downtime. We are currently looking at how we can redeploy them because we have teams across our central services that are requiring extra assistance, plus we're working with our communities as well. So we're currently in the middle of that at the moment. And in relation to your second question around the wage subsidy scheme from central government, we are not eligible to apply for it.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dawn.
Right, thank you. So, look, I will move, and the first person to send me an email will second the resolution. So I'll just wait till I have a seconder. Somebody just hits the button and goes, second. Who's going to be the first one? So please.
Leanne, it's Sam. If you don't get an email, I'll take the second bit. Might be quicker.
Please. Okay, who said yes? Sarah. Okay, I've got one from Sarah. So it's been moved by myself. It's been seconded by Sarah Templeton. I will put the motion, and we do have to do a check around the council. So could I ask Joe to go through the council, please?
Certainly. The Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
Councillor Chu?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Daniels?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes.
Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Councillor Goff?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Kewen?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Major?
Yes.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
That's carried.
Okay, I declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. And I'll move on to the Mayor's Report, COVID-19, March 2020. I'll just run through this quickly because, I know I sent it to you yesterday, and I was, it was great to have some feedback from people in relation to it. So, and this is very much drawing on the experience that Christchurch has had and setting us up for recovery, so that we're not just focusing on the response period, because the response period will go on for some time, but the recovery is going to go on for a very long time. And as I've said in the paper, and it's a phrase that's been used that I picked up during the earthquakes, and it's been used many times even recently over this current crisis, which is that this is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and we do need to pace ourselves and make sure that we retain enough energy for the city to get across the line, in terms of a marathon approach. It is going to be a marathon effort, and it does have to be collaborative. And I guess that I want to give some reassurance too. I know that I'm not immune to the contacts that people make, and I get tagged into social media comments. There has been some misunderstanding about the next paper, the Council Funding and Financial Relief Package. This is just the interim package just to deal with the immediate problem, which is people are going to have rate bills turning up in the next few weeks, and they're going to find themselves in a challenging position about juggling bills because they're cash-strapped, and they're cash-strapped for a number of reasons, but largely as a result of the areas that have been picked up by central government, recognising that central government has stepped in and are paying the lion's share of what is to be covered, but recognising that there will still be people that will find it difficult to pay their rates right now. It has been, asked about why we wouldn't go the full hog at the moment, and there's been debate around the rates increase that was included in our draft annual plan. They are all decisions for later on. So we're not in a state of immediacy for any of those issues. So when we get to the next package, then I think that I'm clear that it is not the big picture stuff. All of the issues that people have put on the table that they've asked us to look at, these are all of the things that we're going to be working through over the next few weeks. But this is one that can't wait. It is one that is going to be subject to people getting rate bills for the current financial year, not the next financial year, and we need to be able to deal with that. At the same time, and I've said this in this paper, we're in a state of national emergency. We're very much in the response phase of what is a major global crisis. Now, that being said, we have a regional emergency management plan in place, and it does offer guidance both in terms of the reduction and readiness side of things, which are what happens in the context of a pre-crisis environment, and recovery. And response and recovery is obviously going to be the focus of our immediate attention. But what our own earthquake experience tells us, and what the plan tells us, is that we must begin the process of recovery planning now. We actually can't wait until the crisis is over. It has to start now. And, if there's just one thing that we've learnt from our earthquakes, it is that. If there's a second one, and it is the most important one, it is to remember that we start with what we've got. We actually look to the existing strengths that exist within our city, and in this case, in my experience, would say in the wider Greater Christchurch area, which means we do need to reach out to our strategic partners. We need to be reaching out to Waimakariri, to Selwyn, to Environment Canterbury, and of course to Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu. And when we look at the Greater Christchurch Partnership, it brings all of them together in addition to NZTA, the Greater Christchurch unit within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and also in the current environment, Regenerate Christchurch. So it brings all of the right people together, and the Canterbury District Health Board as well. So it brings everyone together that we should have together. There's a real strength in it, and it has existing frameworks that we can build on and actually can repurpose to the recovery side of things at the same time that we still have aspirational goals for Greater Christchurch. Now, I've restated this whole question of what recovery is. It's about supporting the cultural, emotional and physical well-being of individuals and communities. It's minimising the escalation of the consequences of the emergency. It's taking opportunities to regenerate and enhance communities in ways that meet future needs, and that's across social, economic, natural and built environments. But as you'll see from my paper, it's the social and the economic, which are massive in terms of the impact that this will have. And of course, all the time we've got to be thinking about reducing future exposure to hazards and their associated risks. And I remember the first recovery seminar that I went to after the earthquake, and I remember someone saying, look, everyone talks about, the existing, sort of what we want to, our aspirational goals for a recovery and what the future holds. But they don't look back and say, well, what is it about the past that we'd want to build on, and what is it about the past that we'd actually like to take the opportunity to fix? And do we ever want to be exposed to a hazard like this again? And I think that's something we did learn from the earthquakes, is to embed in that whole philosophy of making the city safer and more secure into the future, and always being mindful of what the impacts could be. So it's more than building on our strengths. It's actually not reinforcing the things that perhaps led to the problems arising, and this is one of those challenges that we've got to keep our eye on. At the same time, it is vital that the Council contributes to the response, and as you saw, the 0800 number that we were able to put in, while maintaining the essential services that our city relies on to continue to operate. But there are immediate decisions we're being asked to make to support our residents and businesses get through this period of uncertainty, and we do have to remember that the government has shouldered the lion's share of the immediate cost of support for businesses and workers who are experiencing hardship. But we also need to remember that every decision we make now will impact on our recovery, and there can be no silo thinking. We must be ready to release as much work as possible when the lockdown ends, as our economic recovery depends on us doing so. And that's why Dawn has been working with Christchurch NZ, our economic development agency, and that they are going to have to refocus their activities. For the organisation and economic development will really come through as we urgently bring our collective networks together to develop the Christchurch Economic Recovery Plan. So there's a social recovery plan for this process as well. And when I think of the word economy, I actually think that it's not financial economy, because economies serve people. So it's all about people in the end. But we also know that the government's calling for projects both locally and regionally to kickstart our local economy. So we'll be contributing projects to that, to the government's call for those projects as well. And we're using Christchurch NZ to engage more broadly so that we can pick up those private sector ones that make sense to include in that wider package, because there's a lot of projects out there that have got a public benefit that we can see potentially could qualify for that kind of support. And the purpose of the paper is to ensure that Council establishes recovery and implementation planning immediately, building on our strengths, engaging our communities, and setting Greater Christchurch and our region on a firm foundation to rebuild the economic and social fabric of our communities. And that means we do need to agree to review and adjust our strategic frameworks in the light of the COVID-19 crisis to ensure they're fit for purpose to facilitate recovery. So that's the proposal. The recommendations are that we note the emergency management recovery plan and lessons learned from our earthquake experience, which mean recovery planning should commence immediately, building on our existing strengths, relationships and strategic frameworks, and engaging fully with all our diverse communities. And that note that work has commenced on a Christchurch economic recovery plan in partnership with Christchurch NZ, and that we'll be submitting projects in response to the government's call for infrastructure projects. Note the impact that council decisions made at this time will have on our medium to long-term recovery. And these need to be factored into our annual and long-term.
Dawn here, you're completely cutting out.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why. Is it better?
Yes.
Okay, well, agreed to review our strategic directions together with letters of expectations issued to the Chief Executive and the External Advisory Group, just to make sure that they're fit for purpose. And we note the features of the Greater Christchurch Partnership as the basis for this, and request them to urgently reassess the work that's been done on the Greater Christchurch Strategic Framework. It's known as Greater Christchurch 2050. All right, so that's the outline of the paper, and I'll now open up for questions. And sorry, I wasn't able to look at questions in the meantime, so I'll just see where they start. Okay, right. Who was the first one? Andrew.
Thank you. So I've got two questions. Certainly agree that the review of the strategic directions and 2 letters of expectation is the right thing to do. Also aware that we've got the EAG and staff continuing to work on LPP development, so there's a need to do that sooner rather than later. How quickly or when are we expecting to be able to get that review underway and decision making around that?
Sorry, I missed the entire question. Can you say that again?
Yeah, absolutely. So this relates to the review of the strategic directions and the 2 letters of expectation. When are we expecting to get that work underway and decisions made, given that LPP development needs to continue, and if there are changes, we need to be able to signal those sooner rather than later?
I think that what I'm trying to get today, and I recognise that there's a lot of work to do. I mean, people have asked about, briefings on this. I've worked quite hard to bring something to Council today just to set a direction, and I'm happy that having presented it here, that we could have a briefing and a workshop. I really want to get a steer that we're willing to go down this track, so that and then come back to Council next week with an update on proposed timelines and how. So it's kind of like the purpose of this report is just to explain the why. Why would we want to start thinking about recovery straight away? And I think I've answered that in the paper and also in my comments this morning.
Great, thank you. And that probably covers my second question. Clearly there are a number of things that are needing to be briefed on or possibly workshopped. And my second question really was just a request for a briefing on Greater Christchurch 2050. That clearly would be covered in the comments that you've just made. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, sorry, I missed one of the questions before, Andrew. Melanie.
Sorry. You've answered one of them. I just wanted to know about the regularity of our meetings, because it seems to me it'd be quite good to just have a lot of flexibility there, rather than pre-scheduling them in ahead of time, although I understand that it would be helpful for staff to know when meetings are going to be, so they can be preparing for them ahead of time, rather than not having much notice maybe. But we might need some flexibility, so can you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I did talk about whether there should be more meetings or less. The council staff wanted to have the second one, because I'd originally proposed that we'd just have one meeting scheduled a month, but council staff felt that 2 meetings would be appropriate, but I can still call the meeting with sufficient notice, but not for the purposes of our standing orders. Without, I would need to give 14 days notice, so it would be better that I can give a week's notice. So if we need to call one in between, it will be an extraordinary meeting, but it's like next week's meeting is an extraordinary meeting, not because it's going to be extraordinary, but because I can't meet the notice requirement.
Thank you.
Right. The next one was Aaron.
Kia ora. So we all understand the why, and I think you've explained that really well for people listening in, so that's fantastic. My big question's around the how, and in the recommendations we've got adopt the schedule, which takes us through to the end of June. That would be suggesting that we're in lockdown till the end of June. Could you clarify that first?
Sure, and I did wonder whether people would think that. It doesn't assume lockdown. What it assumes is the inability of getting committees of the whole up and running before then. But if everything miraculously got into a position where we could set ourselves up for that, there will be time to do it. Originally, the idea was to have it just for April and May, and it was my call, and I said, look, can we include June, because I don't want to put any pressure on staff in the lead up to the annual plan. So the annual plan is going to be such a high priority, and there's going to be a lot of public interest in that. It doesn't mean that we won't be live streaming back in the council, but at least if we can hold the council operating together as one team just throughout this period, then I think it would give the council staff the reassurance that they know that it is going to be the council that they're getting papers to and not the individual committees of the whole, because restoring the delegations right now or at any time at the end of the lockdown prior to the resolution on the annual plan, I think would put staff in a spin, to be honest.
Okay, so then my follow-up question, I've just got the two, is because it says under those dates that is intended members will attend the meeting via audio or audio-visual link, so understand that. But I note that in the next 3 months, the decisions we will be making will have incredible impacts on our city and our city's financials for many years to come, even though the IMF are saying the can be an economic recovery from the recession by 2021, which is next year, which would suggest a sprint for a year and then maybe go into a run and a jog. But for your marathons, it's going to be out of the blocks fast and hard. But if we're trying to do our meetings like this over the phone where people are dropping in and out, you can't read body language, it's hard to ask questions, it doesn't instill confidence in me that we could deliver on what our city needs. And so my question is, to get to it, is that supermarkets are open at the moment and allowing 100 people in, they're keeping a 2 metre distance, this is operating well. Can we not do our briefings and our meetings in a room, possibly the chamber, where we keep our distancing and we have systems in place to deliver on what our city needs?
Look, I mean, you raise a very good question, Aaron, and to be honest, it's one that I've asked myself, and the Prime Minister is really asking us to all model good behaviour. But I agree. If we're not in lockdown, then obviously we will be in the chamber. But we'll be in the chamber as the council, not as committees of the whole. So we can resolve all of those issues. As long as we're not in the lockdown. But I'm going to take on board that, and I'm going to ask Dawn to take that on board as well. And together, her and I will raise this up the chain, because we are utterly dependent on everyone acting in compliance with the or staying within their bubbles, and I think we have to model good behaviour. But you're quite right that the decisions that we're going to be making before the end of June are vitally important to the city, and this is not an ideal mechanism. It is much easier when we are, and much more open, and we're being as open and transparent as we possibly can with this process. But you're quite right, we do need to think of that. I'm hoping that we're not in lockdown when it comes to making decisions on the annual plan. And if we're not in lockdown, we will definitely be in the council chamber. Right, so the next person is Yanni.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering why we got the paper so late without the ability to be briefed on it first before being asked to make decisions.
You're not being asked to make decisions other than to agree, and I'm happy for the words in principle to go in there. I'm just trying to get a direction from people. The paper is simply the why. I wrote the paper myself, that's why it's late. I have been receiving additional information that I've included in it, so I included all the Christchurch NZ stuff in yesterday. I really wanted councillors to be able to see the breadth and the extent of the issues that we need to think about as we shift our thinking, actually have a parallel stream of work which focuses on recovery as well as response. And the thing is that we're going to have to take responsibility as individual councillors for a lot of the hard yards on this, and I'm going to be calling on every single one of you to take responsibility for different parts of feeding some thinking around our strategic directions, obviously the letter of expectations, the 2 letters of expectations, but more importantly to start thinking about that Greater Christchurch partnership and how it can be oriented to basically feed into our long-term plans collectively across the 3 councils and the regional council, so the 2 districts, the city and the region. So it's a different way of thinking, but we have an opportunity to actually turn this into an opportunity, but we've got to start thinking about recovery. So I apologise, I should have said in principle we agree to go down the track. Next week I'm happy to come back with a far more focused report, and as I say, this is the why. You're going to have the how, and it's going to be not just how we can engage with our communities, it's going to be, how we engage with our strategic partners. It's how we're going to engage with our communities, because social and economic recovery are going to have to go hand in glove with an eye on the future as well. Dawn, I know, wanted to say something as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I think from myself and my staff's perspective, I am really pleased that this report is here from the Mayor in such a short timeline. It's only been a week, which is giving us clear direction about where it is we're anticipating the council to go. And then what we'll obviously need to follow on that will be the detail, but I welcome the information that is in there to help me guide the organisation from the political.
I think it's on points 4, 5 and 7, there is a complete lack of clarity and analysis of why those things would be beneficial, particularly 7. But if you looked at our history and look at the urban development strategy and do an assessment of how effective it's been for the city, I think you would probably come to some quite different conclusions in 7. But we haven't had a chance to discuss that, and I am really concerned about 4 and 5, that it basically implies that work's going to be done without any clear reference to where we make decisions as council with our communities and with transparency. And it just feels like we're reading about stuff on the front page of the newspaper or in the newspaper, like the Christchurch NZ report around the labour force, without having any briefings or information. So, I just want to express my concern that although these things are noting provision, They're not clear decisions, and yet they seem to be directing work to happen away from us in terms of local government.
No, look, you've raised some really good points, Yanni, and, I do apologise. I'm not an expert report writer, and I was trying to set context by using the noting provisions and then agree. What I should have done is I should have made it more personal to a view that I have been working on. And because I've been on the Greater Christchurch Partnership all the way through, and I do have some history and knowledge of the UDS, which you do as well, and I wouldn't want to overlook the significance of any of the points that you've raised. And so, look, what I'd like to do is to, and perhaps if I could ask Jo if she could change amend the recommendation number 6 to say agree in principle to review our strategic directions, and then agree in principle to discuss with the Greater Christchurch Partnership the work that has been done. So rather than the reason is that we actually have been briefed on Greater Christchurch 2050. We were briefed on it by Christchurch NZ, but it was last year, so people may have forgotten that, and it may be that I want to invite Christchurch NZ to come to the next meeting, to join us at the next meeting and to give us a briefing on the work that they're doing. You have to recognise that people don't sit around and wait, so nothing, the government hasn't sat around and waited. We're joining collaboratively and collectively with the government, so nothing Christchurch NZ is doing is overarching. Nothing that they're doing is external from what others are doing. It's actually working with, the council, through our chief executive, is working with Christchurch NZ to kind of embrace all the different channels of work that are going on at the moment to make sure that Christchurch is right up there. We've got experience that we can share with others. And if you don't mind me saying, and I've said it in the report, nobody will ever understand what went wrong after the February earthquake and why government felt that it had to intervene the way they did until people understand that Christchurch City Council did not develop a recovery mechanism after the September earthquake. So they just left it to central government. Well, we're not going to leave it to anyone, and besides which, this is affecting the entire country. But I wouldn't agree with leaving it to central government anyway. We can do this, and we can start now. So I'm going to change them all to agree in principle that we're going to go down this track. I want to make sure that we do engage our community, and I see you and the community board members, every single one of you, as absolute assets in terms of the leadership role that your communities will be looking for from you. So, that's my.
Can I just say, I think the problem with 7 and with 4 is that there's no clarity about that being considered. So it would be really good to know the process for which the projects will be considered by our council before they're put forward to central government, and it would also be really good under 7 for us to have a consideration around whether the Greater Christchurch Partnership is the right model or whether it needs tweaks to its governance arrangements. Because what we've heard in the past is that we are outvoted and in the minority, and yet the greatest impact is on us as a city.
Thanks, Yanni. Look, I'm noting that work has commenced on the Christchurch Economic Recovery Package, and that we will be submitting projects in response to the government's call for infrastructure projects, is a factual statement of what is happening. I'm happy to let the Chief Executive respond to your question about the selection of infrastructure projects. You have to remember that they've asked for private sector ones as well. So to suggest that we shouldn't be, or that we should be actually referring these to council is ridiculous, because nobody will wait for the city council to give them permission to submit the private sector project. So I'll get Dawn to speak to you now about the infrastructure projects that are going through. Can I hand over to Dawn, please?
Cool.
Thank you, Mayor. Can members hear me?
Yep.
Members, can you hear me? Yep. Yes. Yep. So there are 3 streams of work currently underway, and this is reacting to the timescales that have been put on us by central government, and I don't think this is an unreasonable request for central government. So our initial work was with MB through the Infrastructure Commission, which we sat on a national conversation with government departments and a small number of local authorities, where we were asked to provide information by the end of the day in terms of which projects were likely to be impacted by the lockdown and what the position was in our council, and we provided that information. Secondly, we were asked in a letter from Mark Binns around the Crown, and I may not get the terminology quite right, and I'm sure the Mayor will correct me if I'm wrong, the Crown Infrastructure Partnership, which was, could we provide a list of schemes of projects that were over 10 million, and there were criteria around being shovel ready within 6 months. So that was just a factual piece of work. We're currently collating that, and we're doing that under the banner of Canterbury Mayoral Forum. That work is currently being collated and will be completed tomorrow, and that will just be a factual list of schemes that could meet that criteria that the government has put out. And then thirdly, from a city council perspective, we have flagged that we believe there aren't just council schemes, but there are schemes that may be available through our own companies and also from the private sector that could have public benefit that would be over this 10 million figure, and we didn't want government to be not cited on those matters. So we're not doing a prioritisation or putting some things in and putting some things out. We're doing it purely on the basis of the objective questions we've been asked by central government, and we want to ensure that Christchurch, and therefore Greater Christchurch and Canterbury, are putting forward its best possible set of schemes to ensure that if there is resources available, that we are able to secure that resourcing.
Okay, so right, so I'll move on to the next one, Mike Davidson.
My question around the community board, and obviously acknowledging the reduction in resources and the reviewing of the emergency delegations after reverting back to level 2. But now that we have that members aren't required to be physically present for quorum numbers, can we actually start looking at reinstating some or all of the community board delegations and meetings ahead of the review?
I'll leave that to Dawn, but my understanding is that there's just a resource issue with staff at the moment, given I know that some of the community boards are meeting informally, but it's some of the council staff who would otherwise be governance staff for the community boards have been reoriented to some of the crisis management work. So I'll hand over to Dawn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Certainly what I would do, Councillor, is we will continually review the position, and if we are able to move as quickly as possible, then we will do that. So please let me have a little bit of time to come back to you in terms of when that likely could be.
Great. Thank you. And I guess another opportunity potentially could be to organise community board chairs and deputy chairs meetings just so they can get up to play together.
I'm really happy to do that. If it would be useful. Anyway, I'll leave that to Dawn, but that would be fine. But I'm really happy to link into it if that would be useful.
Certainly very happy to do that. I would just stress it has only been a week since the lockdown, so very happy to do that, and obviously we are sending information on a daily basis to members and to community board members as well as to our staff and wider community, but very happy to do that.
Yeah, I think a few of us have got cabin fever already. Wonderful place to walk from, the CBD, I have to say. So Jimmy Chen had a couple of questions on...
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Do you hear from me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have quickly for three the questions. First one, because the Canterbury and Christchurch, we have established the emergency management recovery plan. Also, the Christchurch economic development plan for dealing with the economic, also the COVID-19 lockdown issue. That's most important, crucial. But I just want to know whether these two plans we implement it, then the annual plan or future the long-term plan will be overridden by this the package or through this the recovery plan.
No.
If no, I'm concerned because the annual plan, the due date will be by 9th of April. We have not yet get all the feedback, and after that, we might have the hearing, even have an oral submission. But now we have to dealing with the COVID-19 lockdown, the immediate issue, and also, engage with the Christchurch NZ to establish those Christchurch economic recovery plans and also for implementation. This is a little bit, for me, a little bit confused.
Yeah, I know it's confusing. The emergency management recovery plan already exists. It's actually an emergency management plan. It already exists. It's existed for years. It's been updated 2 years ago. So it's just simply a plan that exists. It's what happens in an emergency management. It's what happens in a crisis. It's what we do in response. And it also talks about preparedness and recovery. So it's something that we that sort of kind of ticks on in the background. We have a whole civil defence function within council. We're constantly aware of it, and how our whole resilience reporting has built that whole sense of community resilience into it. The economic development plan is actually about how do we get the future of our economy working well in the post-crisis environment, and so the two are related but not impactful. So we're going to have to work out the appropriate process for the annual plan. All the numbers are out the window, every single number. So our income has been affected, as you've seen. The decision we make today will make an impact. So all of these things have changed, and we will work out the best possible way for us to get to a point where we can make good decisions with good information, as best possible information as we can possibly muster by the time we get to the decision point. We will both workshop that, we'll discuss it at council meetings between now and then, and we will get to a position where people understand very clearly the decisions that we've made. So the two are related, but they are not an override. They're really, really good, and we will have some more information as we go. This was just a first start.
Yes. Okay, so thank you, Mayor. Second question is, because based on your report, it looks like not only our council emergency committee for dealing with this COVID-19 lockdown issue or future economic recovery issue, but also the Greater Christchurch Partnership and also the Canterbury Mayor Forum as well as regional civil defense emergency management group are all dealing the same issue. So we have a common goal. But same as the Yanni and the Melody, the concern, whether we can get a briefing or presentation regularly regarding to the Greater Christchurch Partnership. Because my understanding, their original function is for the future, for the Greater Christchurch, like the Great Christchurch in 2050. But now they have a COVID-19 lockdown the issue, and also for future the Greater Christchurch, the economic recovery. That's very important. So as a councillor, we all play the governance role. We should have the list information, and also maybe some issue. My view should be have the council internal have review, make decision, then bring to the Greater Christchurch Partnership join the meeting. It's my recommendation.
Yeah. Look, I actually think that the Greater Christchurch Partnership, as you know, we're a member of, and we're also a member of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Both of them have got websites. All of their, their agendas are public agendas. They're all online. They're actually on the hub too that you can look at as well. The Greater Christchurch Partnership one is. The Canterbury Mayoral Forum has got a website which you can go to. I've put the links into the reports themselves, itself. But look, I'm really happy to get some more information about this for the next week's report. I think that for me it was really important just to get us focused on the need to think about recovery now, because if we don't start thinking about it now, we will be too late. You are quite right to highlight the fact that we've got all of these different partnerships and forums operating. We need to play to their strengths, and the last thing we need is duplication. And with central government playing its role at the moment, it is absolutely vital that we work together as much as we can, because that's what government will be looking for.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Last question is paragraph 6. And if council will review the new and the letter of expectation, how do you measure first priority? It's very important, because otherwise the management level under the leadership of the BOM, CEO, they have no direction or strategy to implement or prepare those particular for the long-term plan. So I just want to know what is the time frame we will review the new strategic directions and the letter of the expectations.
That's why I said to Yanni earlier on in response to his very good question, and yours is a very good question too, is that I'm going to change the recommendation that we agree to it in principle, and I'll come back next week with a timeline and a proposal for the how. This is just the why. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'll move on.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
thank you, Jimmy. Thanks very much. Very helpful. Pauline?
Oh, yeah, kia ora. Look, mine was just following on actually from Yanni's discussion on point 4, and with the infrastructure projects that the government's calling for. Now, am I right in thinking that it's over $10 million projects? Or is it all of them?
Dawn, can you answer that?
Yes, I can answer that. Yes, for the shovel-ready ones, it's over 10 million. So what we've done is we've done individual projects, but we've also looked at programs of projects as well.
Yeah, okay. So is there, I thought that there would be some involvement with the committee chairs on these, just to make sure that, we haven't overlooked anything that could be included. So is that going to be still a go or not?
Mayor, do you want me to answer that, or do you have a view?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Well, I was just wondering, I thought there was going to be some contact with committee chairs over, the infrastructure projects that we're identifying and prioritising here. Is that still possible?
That was my intention for the capital program before the call for projects came out. So I mean, because we're going to have to get started on the annual plan. I mean, we're going to have to progress work on the annual plan very quickly. But Dawn, I'm happy for you to. I mean, I think it's imperative that the relevant committee chairs are engaged in this part of the process.
So I'm happy to do that. The thing I would stress is we're not removing things out. We're just doing on the factual basis of what is 10 million and over.
Yeah.
Because we want to be able to put in as much as possible into governance.
Yes.
So I'm happy the list will be collated by tomorrow. I'm happy to share that, but I will have to submit it tomorrow as well. So I'm happy to have a conversation with the individual chairs. Yeah.
And you're submitting
very little
tomorrow.
time. I'll have the information tomorrow, and I'll have to submit it tomorrow.
Well, I'm really impressed by
As
that.
you see, we're getting very little time.
Yes, I know, and our worry is that Christchurch gets overlooked, in the rush by other cities that seem to think they have a better call on this. So thank you for that. But it would be really nice to see it as well. And the other thing is that I'm just supporting both Jimmy and Yanni in what they're saying about the visibility of the work being done by the partnerships and forums, because that's something that has been kind of lacking. So if we can address that as well through any briefings and being directed to up-and-coming meetings and agendas and things like that, that would be really good. And then there was just one other thing with the committee meeting. So that, for instance, my committee meeting that was due last Wednesday and cancelled, there's a couple of things on there that we could probably progress fairly quickly, like, for instance, the biodiversity fund applications. That would enable people on these on their private land to actually get cracking on these projects that might only involve one person putting fence posts in. So I'm just wondering if we can have a look at the committee work plans and get these things brought forward where possible.
Mayor, can I answer that if that's all right?
Yes, I'd rather that you did.
Thank you. What I've asked my management team is to look at all of the agendas and the reports that are currently likely to be coming through, to give me a view on that so that they can then talk to their individual chairs of the committees of the whole to make sure that we're prioritising the right things at this point in time so we can take them for decisions. So I completely agree with what you're suggesting. We're now moving back into BAU. That work is currently being done, and I'm expecting my principal advisors to each of the chairs to be talking with you next week.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Dawn, and thanks, Leanne. Over.
Sorry, I've got to turn my mic back on. Melanie.
Oh, thanks, Leanne. Yes, it says for recommendation 6 about reviewing strategic directions and the letters of expectation. I've just had a quick look through our strategic directions, and this is maybe what you're intending, but I can't actually see anything that I would change in there or probably add either. So I was just wondering what your intention was with that.
Look, sorry, I'll just go to that part of the paper. At the moment, the strategic framework is built on a series of principles, all of which are relevant to decision making. In recovery as well. So it's actually the principles that we agreed to are going to prove their weight in gold when it comes to the question of recovery. But it just covers everything. The strategic directions, though, enabling active and connected communities to own their future. Yes, that's a big tick. Meeting the challenge of climate change through every means available, that's a big tick because this is actually an opportunity to step that up. Ensuring a high quality drinking supply that is safe and sustainable. Nothing wrong with that, except that for most people that means without chlorine. And, and I think we're going to have to be upfront with the organisation, but I want the organisation to have a look into this, because it may be that getting the water safety plan, which is the key to the without chlorine, I think there may need to be a bit of give in that, depending on what priorities we can get through different systems. We've got the annual plan, we've got the long-term plan, we've got to look at things across the board. Accelerating the momentum the city needs, that's absolutely fine. In fact, we need to accelerating does mean to increase, so that's ideal. Ensuring rates are affordable and sustainable, there's an even bigger challenge on that. So that's true, but I don't think that I would stop at those. I think that there will be others that we will need to think of, and I don't want us to workshop them now. I just want us to agree in principle that we're going to have a look at them.
Okay, that sounds okay. I agree with everything that you said, but I do still think the water is a priority. And just one other question as well, in recommendation for, just so I'm clear. So with Council working on the Christchurch Economic Recovery Package and submitting projects in response to the government's call for infrastructure projects, so will all of that be coming to, any projects we're submitting, will they be coming to Council? There's Council meetings for us to agree to before, or have I missed something?
My view is no, but I think they'll be advised at the same time. So, Dawn, it's the restriction of the time frames that we're under, and we don't want to miss the boat. So, Dawn?
I agree with you, Mayor. I will circulate the list as soon as I have it, which will be sometime tomorrow.
I would.
These are just ones that are going to the government that meet the criteria that they've set, and they're statements of facts of what is shovel ready. So it's not. These are not things that we particularly want to prioritise or whatever. It's not going through an evaluation exercise. It's going through what is ready, what has a strategic... we do want the strategic advantage that they represent, because we want to win this case with central government. But I think that... that was my view on it. But Dawn, do you want to just be a little bit more on that?
You're absolutely right, Mayor. In reality, there are clear guidance that come from the Crown Infrastructure Partnership, which is that it has to be over 10 million, it has to be shovel ready, has to be able to operate within 6 months, if not quicker, and has to have regional or national impact. So, it's not a case of us doing a pick and choose. We have to be able to meet the criteria, and that's what we will be putting forward. And clearly it's important that my team and our companies and our wider relationships outside of the council have reacted very quickly to ensure that Christchurch and Canterbury puts up a comprehensive list.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks for that, Dawn. I totally agree with that, and I guess I'm sort of getting into debate slightly, but I would rather have seen the list, that you're sending tomorrow before now. And I know we're in a short space of time, so...
It's not written yet. It's being written.
I understand that, but it's almost like writing a blank cheque. I don't mean it in a bad way.
Because we can't proceed. We can't proceed unless we're chosen in that we will go through all of these issues regardless, because we have to make decisions about what we're proceeding with. But if central government is going to provide an option for us, we have got to be able to deliver the projects with the strategic plan and the business case and the fact that they're shovel ready. We have to give them to them. We have to give them those, and that's just a factual statement of what we have on our books. It is not. It's not a. It's not an assessment. We will do that assessment for our annual plan and for our LTP, and the urgency for reviewing that has never actually been more extreme in a non-LTP year.
Okay, thank you, Leanne.
Right, I've got a question from James and one from Sarah. I'd like to move on to the other paper too, so. James?
Kia ora. Okay. Mine is, well, it's actually in support of what Aaron Kewen was talking about earlier, about being face-to-face for these meetings, because this methodology is not working wonderfully. I know it's only audio only and we've got other options, but I don't think it's working well enough. I mean, while we're in lockdown right now, we're still an essential service, so we can meet face-to-face and in the chamber, and I think we should. But I'll just leave that there for the moment. I don't know, I can't hear anything at the moment, but I'm going to carry on. So just page 12 of the Mayor's report associated with this this paper mentions Christchurch NZ in the business support package, which includes business advisors, mentors and workshops in an effort to bring it back, business back. And look, I'm worried about getting more contractors in, because remember what happened after the earthquake sequence. So we need to keep an eye on that, and also have a look at what impact that will have on their budget.
Yep, look, I totally agree with that, and thank you for raising it. The issue is that there is BAU stuff, you know, the business advisors and mentors, Christchurch NZ does that, and there is a voluntary network of mentors that are available, often recently retired businessmen and women who offer support in the community for small businesses. So it's a statement of what happens already, but obviously with some capacity to ramp it up a bit. Just because it's in the business support package doesn't mean it's being delivered by Christchurch NZ. So a number of the workshops are being held by the Chamber, and of course are working hand in glove with the Chamber as well, and we're working hand in glove with, as I understand it, with MB, who are in this space too. So I totally agree that I'm probably even more aware of contractor creep, and I love that word creep in this context. More aware than anyone of what happened after the earthquake, and also a number of the decisions and contracting arrangements that were entered into. But I'm not going to go into any of that now. We're going to get Christchurch NZ to come to the council meeting next week, and we will get some detailed breakdown, because my understanding is that absolutely, because it's in the plan or the outline of the plan as it's developed, doesn't mean that Christchurch NZ is the delivery arm. There is work that the council will be doing, there is work that the private sector will be doing, and there's work that Christchurch NZ, which they currently do, which will reorient itself from that more external-facing work that they do on various activities. I mean, obviously some of that work's on hold, and they'll reorient themselves into that, being that economic development agency that we can work with. It's not a question of them doing work for us. It's all in together, you know, and I think that's really been my message around recovery. I've got Sarah.
Thanks.
Mayor, do you mind if I add to that, please?
Oh, yep, sure.
Thank you. So I just want to assure members, because fundamentally Christchurch NZ absolutely are our economic development agency. They are not thinking in isolation. They're working very closely with the council and with CCHL. This is the draft thought. We will be working on this in the next period, but I think it's commendable that they have moved quickly as they have to show that we're already doing the thinking.
Okay, Sarah.
Thank you. Just a question around the shovel-ready project. I'm really looking forward for us to hopefully be able to get some of these underway straight away. What's the potential for us to bring some forward? And there's two parts. And how far? Because I know that without current funding and planning, things aren't shovel-ready. So projects potentially how far out. But the other part is many of these projects will be transport ones that are already supposed to be co-funded with the government. And are we expecting from the government to mostly fund them? What proportion of funding do we expect to still have to leave in our budget, if you like, to make sure these projects get done?
We can't answer that at this stage. We don't know. We don't know what the government exactly are going to do at this stage. So I just want to repeat and stress this is just a factual piece of work.
Yep.
In terms of the levels, and that's all it is. We obviously, and you're right, shovel ready means exactly that. So stuff that is 2, 3, 4 years out, it's got to have had a business case. It has to be able to, if it's required planning, it must have either got it or very close to getting it. So we're talking about stuff that we were already going to move on very quickly. But I can't answer specifically the question about what the government are going to put in yet, but we will clearly be watching that closely.
Because I think we just need to make sure that we're managing expectations. I don't think we're expecting the government to throw a whole pile of money at us that then means that we can just cut all of the money out of our budget. Anyone?
Dawn?
Adela, I think that was Adela.
Yep.
Adela, I think you may need to speak again. I didn't hear it.
Sorry, it wasn't me, but I'm happy to answer the question. Just to clarify, I've been working with central government on clarifying what exactly their intentions are. Obviously, they're still working through that, but they haven't made any promises of funding. All they're saying is we are looking at how we can assist, and that might be no funding, but things like relaxing the immigration laws so that we can get more labour into the market, or prioritising projects in accordance with what is the most beneficial to the country so that local government gets in before the private sector. So they're looking at lots of different aspects. They're not just talking about funding, and they haven't mentioned funding specifically at all, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, just wanting to make sure that we don't raise their expectations of a whole pile of funding ahead of the annual plan.
All right, so that's the end of questions. So, Joe, could you just confirm that you've made those changes to the recommendations?
Certainly. So we've added to number 6, agree in principle to review the strategic directions, and we've added in number 8, agree in principle to discuss with the Greater Christchurch Partnership the work has been done.
All right. So I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Just first one to say.
I will. Anne Galloway.
Anne Galloway. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, it's a bit difficult to understand how we debate this. So I'll just quickly run round the table is probably the easiest way to do it. So with that, I'll go to the front of the agenda and just get the list of councillors, because that's probably the easiest way. Right, so Jimmy Chen?
Yes.
Do you want to debate it, or are you happy just to leave it?
I'm happy, but just want to briefly, and I support in principle the mayor the report, because this is extraordinary time, particularly the moment. We need to focus on the COVID-19, the lockdown period. How to take the immediate, effective, cooperate, collective way. All those different agencies can work in together, and also as a councillor, we should be informed. Particularly at least the extraordinary time period, and also in the medium and the long term, we still need to focus on the Christchurch economic recovery, because I'm aware actually this time, those economy impact will be more worse than 2008, the global financial risk. So we, as a council, we need to consider how to keep those to the balance. But I think I still appreciate the mayor. It's a short time period. Can integrate all those the excellent the work, and also we can get all those information to be informed. We working together, to provide the good quality of the services, particularly for those essential services to the people and to the city. I think that's very important. So in principle, I fully support the mayor's report. Thank you.
Catherine.
No debate from me, Leanne.
Thank you. Melanie.
I've just been listening to, what Aaron and James have said about possibly meeting in person. There's no, I would like to see in recommendation 1 that we add about meeting in person, if possible, if the lockdown does end on, 23rd, 24th of April or earlier. It would be nice to be able to meet in person earlier. So I think that would be good to add to resolution recommendation 1. And I have some overall concerns, but so I'm not really sure how I feel about it at the moment, and want to hear the debate from others.
Thank you. Pauline?
Yeah, thanks. We'll keep it brief, I think, because some people are struggling with this tourism a bit. I've learned a bit today, particularly about the infrastructure offer from the government being couched in several different forms, I think, so I'll wait to see that unfold. A little bit not sure about that immigration rules thing, because I think we'll be wanting to focus on our own workforce, but I really think that this is a good package in principle, and focusing on the need to think of our recovery alongside our response, which is a new reaction compared to what we did last time. It's really important. This is going to be a short, spiky thing with a long recovery, and I think we've turned our attention really well to what we need to do, and there's more work to be done on all of this, so just reinforcing the fact that we want to be included in visibility on all this work that's being done as much as possible as councillors. So I think that in the light of the in-principle decision, I think this is good, and I also just want to thank, of course, the staff and you, Leanne, for the really intense work that this shows has been done over the last 1 week. It's incredible. So, I'll be supporting this today and looking forward to further work. Thank you.
Thank you. James?
Kia ora, just briefly, ka pai to the staff and to the Mayor, as Pauline has just mentioned, and it's good that we're on the front foot with this, we're doing something about it, so no, I'm happy at the moment.
Mike?
No debate from me.
Anne Galloway?
Yeah, kia ora, thank you. Expressing gratitude for the work that's been done, and the need to have a very clear strong voice coming through, and the work that's been done to actually collectively to bring all those parties together and to provide a channel through which that voice can be articulated particularly to central government is really important, and I thank you for the work that's been done. I think it's building on the strengths that we have and using the great resource we have, for example, in Christchurch NZ. So thank you for that, and fully supportive.
Thank you. James Goff?
Yeah, just really briefly, I think the only comment that I'd make in relation to this is just a caution around the shovel-ready work, and I just think that our priority and sharp vision needs to be on what cannot go ahead as opposed necessarily to what can go ahead. So the whole city's going to need to tighten its belt, us included, except for us. There's no wage subsidy for us. So I think that's really just the comment that I'd like to make is that we're not a charity. We need to be very focused on our own finances because the whole city, with us included, is going to be going through some very, very tough times. But other than that, happy to support the recommendation.
Thanks, James. Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I want to commend the Mayor for writing a detailed report about, the post-earthquake lessons and experience, and in particular I think the comments you've made around involving the community with full transparency, which is really important. My biggest concern with this is there's a number of assumptions in the recommendations that I just don't think stand up to scrutiny. If you certainly look at our recent history, the Greater Christchurch Partnership, I would question whether that's really the best vehicle to move forward. So I did want to move an amendment that we defer this until we have a briefing, and also that under 7 we change the notes to consider if the Greater Christchurch Partnership, with or without modification, is the appropriate structure. So from my point of view, it is good to get an indication of what we need to do, but I do agree with Jamie that I guess the tragedy in both of these two papers is there's no discussion about how we're saving money as a city, and I think that's a bit of a shame. And because what we do know after the earthquake is so many people put their hands out to do things, contractors, consultants, the amount of money that was spent and the level of duplication was just so out of whack with actually just spending the money on doing things in local communities that made a difference. And I'd really hope that we'd learn that lesson from the earthquake so that we actually saw the value in the spend. So I just really wanted to say that, if you look at the Greater Christchurch Partnership, look at what it's achieved in the last decade. It certainly hasn't been around the social and the environmental. We've seen huge urban sprawl. We've seen motorways being built to extend into our partners' cities at the expense of our central city and at the expense of our ratepayers who are bearing a huge cost of traffic going into their local neighbourhoods. So, I don't think that's been the most successful approach. And to me it comes down to we are actually a minority around that table, and we don't, even though the impact is biggest on us, we actually are in the minority when it comes to the governance. And I think that fundamental issue is a flaw. But I'd like to have the ability to actually have a briefing so we can consider those things rather than just get a paper, after business hours last night without any chance to really look at that further. So I won't be voting for this today. There are a number of things in here that I can support, like reviewing the strategic direction, so I would ask that you put some of these separate. Thank you.
Thanks, Yanni. Aaron?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. And the reasons why it's clearly spelled out in this report by the Mayor, for me, it's the how. To follow on from Yanni and Jamie's points around the just asking for shovel-ready projects by the government, I feel is quite dangerous. The whole world has changed in a way that we've often said that in the past, but this has now changed in a way that is just inconceivable. At no point in history has anyone ever pushed stop on an economy. We do not know what this looks like, and so we need to be very fluid going forward. I commend the government for asking for shovel-ready projects, but they must be put in order of outcomes for each city and province. Because some shovel-ready projects have big OPEX on the other side, and that's maybe not what we need right now. Those might wait 2 or 3 years or a year. The other projects that do have really good outcomes should be the ones that are prioritised. And as elected members, we are elected by the people of our city to make decisions on their behalf of what these projects should be. So I'm saddened that we don't have an oversight of those, or don't even have the opportunity to rate them going to the government. We do have very, very different views at our table, and I think that's of a value to the people of our city. I think it's incredibly important that all views are represented, and looking at the mix of people we have, we're often not on the same page, and I think that's a good thing, because it means we are representing everyone in our community. Finally, my other problem with this paper is what James raised and around us not meeting in person. I believe we are an essential service, and the decisions that are made in the next 6 months will have far-reaching consequences into the billions of dollars for our city and its recovery. And we have to be in the same room. If you can have 100 people in the same room in a supermarket, you can do it at a council, because the repercussions of us not getting this right are just, it's just too huge. It's too much on the line, too much to potentially lose. So that I cannot support us not meeting in person anymore. We must find a way to do that.
Sam?
Yeah, thanks very much, Leanne. And someone's on hold, are they? Is everyone there?
We can hear you. Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Sorry, it just cut out for a moment. Well, thanks very much, Leanne, for your work on this. I think it's really good to have a long-term view of where we need to be. But I think, the crux of this is we need to look also at the real immediate challenges, which are around our annual plan and tightening our belt. And I think this gives us a really good opportunity as a council to look at those challenges on our budgets, and I guess the duplication of agencies. So I think we need to be really clear on that. I have a slightly different view, I guess, to Jamie and Aaron on the government project, and that, in my view, we should take advantage of any government project that is fully funded. So not partially subsidised by the ratepayer, but entirely funded and get that into Christchurch. The more we can get the government to fund and not the ratepayer, that will be incredibly beneficial. So I think it's really important as a council that we don't send the signal today that we're an open chequebook, because that's certainly not what our ratepayers are telling us. And I think it's crucial that we deliver essential services. And, the reality is, in the times we're in, we need to look at how we reduce the nice-to-have and tighten our belt and save some money. So, look, Leanne, thank you for your work. I'm comfortable to support it today, acknowledging, though, that we've got some real challenges over the next few weeks to address the budget.
Thank you. I just was switching it back on. Phil Major.
Good morning. I agree with practically everything everyone said in some points. We're going to be going forward in the financial gun, and for the next 2, 3, might be even 10 years for the city. And if we're not careful on how we spend money or what projects we put forward, this is going to have massive repercussions for the whole city and rates going forward. I think it's important that we do what Aaron says is try and meet together. You get a lot better feel for what's going on, and surely we can do that because of, as you said, about supermarkets and things. But I think that if we can bring projects from the LTP, like if we spend a fortune on water mains, which has the benefit for everybody, which may, if we do it right, head towards getting chlorine out of our water, we'll get thanked by everyone. But if we do some nice to have things, just to spend the government dough, I don't think we'll get thanked for it. We've got to do what we do for the whole of the city, and that everyone gets a benefit out of. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake McClellan.
Nothing from me other than just to remind my colleagues that government has simply asked us for a list.
Tim Scandrett.
Thank you. Look, I think the key here is the government wanting to stimulate the economy with this list of projects, 10 million and shovel ready. And I think that's really what we've got to remember, that so many people in this city and throughout New Zealand will need to retain their employment, and that's really what we've got to look at. As Jake said, it is only a list, and hopefully we can kind of grab as much as we can, to put it crudely, to stimulate our own economy, and which will help the South Island as well. I am concerned though, we've got to keep an eye on what the projects are. I know that the red zone has been mentioned in the stretches and the Eden project. We've really got to concentrate on things that will keep employment and stimulate employment, and we do not know what the future holds with the change, or will there be a change in tourism, etc. So I think we've got to make sure that what we are putting forward and what we're going to support are actually going to put food on the table for families. And I will support this today, and thank you for the work you've done. Cheers.
Thanks, Tim. Sarah Templeton.
Thank you. I really like the way that this report's been framed, in that it acknowledges the fact that we need to plan for our recovery now, and not just the recovery but planning for the future. So we know, and Christchurch knows better than anyone in the country, that we have many things that can happen to us, and we have run the full gamut over the last decade. I think this was the last one on the list. I know that people have really concerns about the shovel-ready project, but let's remember that if a project is shovel-ready now, it means that it's already been through a council process. It's been budgeted, it's been prioritised through the long-term plan, and it's already been voted on by us as a council. Otherwise it wouldn't have got to the shovel-ready stage. When it comes to meeting in person, I think that of anyone in this city, we need to show leadership in this space and stay apart for now. I know that not seeing each other on the screen, and there may be other options around that, is inconvenient, but it's inconvenient for a lot of people right now, and being able to have the openness and transparency of being able to live stream this, no matter how awkward the on and off of the mute button might be, is really valuable for our community. I think, as we've seen as a city, we need to be investing in risk reduction and resilience, and while this isn't a report on the annual plan and on rates, we need to make sure that we are ready for anything else that gets thrown our way. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. Just a few comments. Certainly acknowledge the work that's gone into this report and the speed with which the thinking in the report has come together, so thank you for that. I agree that we need to be turning our attention to recovery as soon as possible. Preparing for that's essential. And a lot of this paper actually considers that. It's good that that's been identified on the back of our earthquake experiences. And it's good that we are starting to plan for recovery now through the decisions that we're making today. On the subject of meeting normally, physically meeting, we should be doing that as soon as we possibly can, both for council and for the community boards where possible. But that needs to be balanced, that as leaders we do need to be leading by example, as we are now in terms of the lockdown, but also working remotely where possible under level 3 and above, and of course social distancing at level 2 and above. So there's a balance that we need to find there around effective decision making and transparency, accountability and good understanding on the part of our community of the work that we're doing, but also leading by example in terms of the COVID-19 response and the need for social distancing and remote working. Putting infrastructure projects forward as discussed, I think, is something that we should be doing, and again I acknowledge the work that's gone into identifying those projects in a very short time frame. If there are further discussions to be had on those projects that we put forward, dependent on the approach or the contribution of government, then they're obviously discussions we would need to have at that time. But that's not a reason that we wouldn't be putting forward projects now in good faith under the processes that have been described by Dawn. Now, on the response and recovery matters, I agree that we need a briefing on the matters raised in the paper and on that are raised in the recommendations in order to have the right level of confidence. So the in-principle nature and the noting nature of the resolutions in front of us today is good. I'm certainly happy to support this today, on the basis that we'll be fully briefed on all aspects as soon as possible, and as has been indicated in the answers to questions in this meeting, so that by the time we come to make substantive decisions, we can be doing that with the required level of confidence. But I'm happy supporting this today on the basis that this is the first step in a sequence of work that will need to be done as we move to more substantive issues.
Look, thank you, and look, thank you for everyone, for those who contributed by way of expressing views, but also those that have contributed by being here and reading the paper, and and giving your support for what is a very difficult process. I just want to remind people the purpose of the paper. It's the why we need, as a council, to be immediately thinking about recovery. So the references that we've had to the shovel-ready projects and all of those sorts of things, they will be absolutely front of mind when it comes to reviewing our annual plan and our long-term plan. And both of those functions are happening in parallel, which was why it is so essential that we review the letters of expectations that we've given both to the Chief Executive and to the External Advisory Group, because the External Advisory Group is going to really help us go through that capital program for the long-term plan, and we've got to be thinking long-term, but we've got to be putting a recovery lens on everything that we do from here on in, because every single decision we make now will have an impact on the recovery. And I know that I've heard others say it externally, chief executives of large companies through to small business people who are saying decisions that are made now will make a massive difference in terms of whether my business can recover, will make a massive difference as to whether my employees can recover, and a massive difference in terms of whether the city can recover and I can play a role in that recovery. I know a lot of people are hanging on by a thread because they want to be part of the recovery. It's very hard for Christchurch because we've been through so much, but we also know so much more about all of the pitfalls. And I just want to pick up on what a number of you have said. The councillors that were here at the time of the February earthquake, Aaron, James Goff, and Jana Johansson, I'm going to be calling on you to stretch your minds, to think about all of the pitfalls that you know that you faced at the time, because I'm absolutely convinced that we can be offering leadership to other parts of the country at the same time as we are developing our own processes for recovery. I couldn't agree more with those that have said we have got to be looking at value add, we've got to be looking at value for money, we've got to be looking at contractor creep, we've got to be looking for all of those who will game a system if we have a system put in place. It's amazing how many people qualify for assistance when you put a system in place that perhaps isn't as bespoke as what is required. So I'm going to be calling on every single one of you to draw on every life experience that you have to help write a recovery plan for our city. Now, I've realised that what has happened with the debate that we've had, and it's been really useful, and I do apologise that I couldn't write any faster than I did. It's the first time I've done a paper like this for the council, the Greater Christchurch Partnership is not the writer of our plan. What it is what goes on to, it is what happens from the collective post-COVID-19 recovery plan. So there will be an environment that will occur after the immediate crisis has ended, and we will be well and truly into a recovery process. Reaching out to all of our strategic partners now and saying that looking at an existing strategic framework, for our collective recovery planning, to enable our local recovery planning, I think is very much the focus. So we're not going to not write our own recovery plans, we do. And the economic and social ones have to be hand in glove, which is why I've really focused on how important it is to reach out to our communities, and you're going to be helping do that. We've got to reach out to our communities and we've got to bring them on board now. We've got to share all of our information with everyone that we can. We've got to use the networks that we have in order to reach as far and wide into the community as we possibly can. People need to own this, or else we'll see the same thing that happened last time, which is that people completely disengaged when they were shut out of the process. So we've learnt the lesson of the past. We know how to do this. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be long and hard. It is a marathon. I think I personally feel quite proud of what I've written in less than a week. And the reason is that for the one good thing about the lockdown is time to think. So my day is no longer disrupted by anything other than emails, and still there's a happy churn of those. But the truth is that I've got time to think, and I've drawn back on all the experience that I have from coming through the earthquake in a way that highlights what went wrong. We're not going to make the same mistakes again. We've got to find a way of coming together for effective decision making for the annual plan. There is no question about that. So I agree with everyone who has said that we've got to find a way. But let us work through in a very deliberate way with those that are setting the rules around essential services, because at some point, we've got staff that are in the council building now as essential services to enable this to be broadcast. But us all coming into the building at the same time when it is a clean environment for all of the essential services that keep the city ticking, all the CTOC staff, the transport staff, all of those that keep the essential services of the city running, we have to be very cautious about maintaining that respectful distance from the place. So I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I'm not saying it's impossible. Please be assured that I will absolutely guarantee and resolve it for the next meeting, that as soon as we are in a position to meet, we will meet in person. So I will give you that absolute undertaking that I will do so. Now, there's been a number of requests that have come in around how we put these motions, and I know that Joe has said, so hang on, I've got somebody wants to put every single one separately. So if that is the view of the meeting, then it's going to take quite a while. So you'll have to stay with me.
Leanne, sorry,
right.
Sam. Surely we don't have to do that.
Well, if one person has asked for it, and I think that 4 people have already said yes to it, so
well, it hardly demonstrates efficiency if we're going to spend half an hour voting.
Sarah had a sensible solution, which was asking everyone individually for each one. No.
Just go around the table once.
Go round the table and you ask which ones do you want to have recorded against your name. So say I if you've got any that you want to support, and you say except number 2, because I don't want to receive the mayor's report because I'm just had a gutful of her. So but don't give a reason why. Just say yeah. All right. And something's come through from Joe.
It's for the next one.
Yeah, so we're gonna go round the table. So I'll let Joe take it over. So now I'll move it since it's my report. Is that right?
And Councillor Galloway has already seconded the motion.
Oh, that's right. Okay, right. Okay. So if we could, Joe, if I hand over to you, and if you could ask people whether they're voting aye and whether they're voting no to any of the individual recommendations. Thank you, Sarah. Very helpful.
Okay. Mayor?
Yes, and no.
So yes to all motions. Councillor Turner?
Yep.
Oh yes. I support the mayor report 1 to 6, but 7 and 8.
Can you please, Jimmy, can you please be quiet while the vote's taken? She'll get to you in a minute. Just a moment.
Oh, sorry, I don't know how to push the button. I have no idea because I use my iPhone. I didn't see the screen.
Turn your microphone off. Turn your microphone off. Turn your microphone off while she's doing the vote. And when she calls your name, you tell her which ones you vote for and which ones you vote against.
So,
thank you.
Did you hear me?
Can you turn your microphone off? We'll come to you. I'll leave it with Joe.
You mean my microphone off?
Stop, Jimmy.
It's fine. Hello? Hello? I don't know how to...
Can you take Jimmy's vote, please, Joe?
Okay. Councillor Chen?
Yes. I support the recommendation 1 to 6. But 7 and 8 is true because I'm the abstention.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chen. Councillor Turner?
Thank you.
Yes to all.
Councillor Chen?
Yes to all.
Councillor Coker?
I haven't quite decided, but I think I will say yes to everything. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Cotter?
Yes, all.
Councillor Daniels?
I was on mute, sorry. Yes to all.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes to all.
Councillor Galloway?
Yes to all.
Councillor Goff?
Yes to all.
Councillor Johansson?
Against 2, 7 and 8.
Thank you. Councillor Kewen?
Yeah, you're just against 1 and 4.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes to all.
Councillor Major?
Yes to all.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes to all.
Councillor Scandrich?
Yes to all.
Councillor Templeton?
Yes to all.
Okay. That is carried with Councillor Chen voting against Resolution 7 and 8, Councillor Johansson voting against Resolution 7 and 8, and Councillor Kewen voting against Resolution 1 and Resolution 4.
Sorry, I also was against
Sorry, Joe,
Resolution 2.
I'm not against. I'm just abstaining for 7 and 8.
Yes, I've got that, Councillor Chen. Thank you.
Yes, and Yanni voted against 2 as well.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
That's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Look, the next one is the council funding and financial relief package, which I know if anyone's tuned in, they would have tuned in for. But I'm going to suggest that we adjourn the meeting. I think people have been online for a long time, and I think we should reconvene the meeting at 2 o'clock.
Second.
Is that possible, Joe? Is that possible for you guys?
Yes, it is.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
We're interviewing for the independent candidates for the audit and the independent members for the audit and risk committee, and we've got one of those interviews set for 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I would be a clash, unfortunately.
And me as well, Leanne. That's them.
It's very hard to schedule council meetings this way. Yep.
Could I make a slight suggestion to you? I know people want to break, but can I suggest we take a 15-minute break and then reconvene at 1 o'clock? Because I will also
I have a meeting at 1:40. I have a meeting at 1:40, so I'll have to go offline for that, as do you.
Yes, that's true. Depends how long it takes.
Are we better just to continue this meeting?
Okay. Look, we can we just take a quick break? I need a cup of tea, and so okay. Well, look, if people could dial back in at 1 o'clock, please.
Yep.
Okay, I'll adjourn the meeting until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
that there are some... Robbie, close the door.
Changes.
Sorry. Can we make sure that, so I'm going to get staff to run through the report. Perhaps Dawn, can you start off with just the explanation that this is interim, this is not the annual plan, that we'll be doing a lot more work to support the annual plan process. I mean, I've tried to cover off that before, but I think it'd be really good to have you to reinforce that, and that we're working collaboratively with central government and with the private sector and everyone else around all of that, as well as our communities who have to be fully engaged in the annual plan process, etc., etc. So, and we're working up ways to do that, and then just say exactly what this does and why. Is that all right?
Certainly, I'll give an overview and then I'll ask Carol to go into the detail of the report, if that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right, so I'll ask you to put us online, please. Oh no, Jonathan said that we're already live streaming, so that was really helpful. I'm not sure when the live streaming started, so thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. I do apologise for that. There's just been a lot of hiccups this morning, but it's the first time round, and we're doing our best under very difficult circumstances to maintain a degree of openness and transparency the best we can under these circumstances. Next week we will be live streaming by video, which will be a lot easier, and we will be making some further inquiries as to whether a few more of us at least can go into the building, if not all of us, as long as we maintain the distance. But we're going to find some more information about that, and we'll be well practiced by the time we get to our council meeting next Thursday. So if I could move now to item 5, council funding and financial relief package, and ask the Chief Executive just to give a quick overview and then hand that over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, to be very, very clear, this is the Council's immediate initial response to the challenges that our households and businesses are facing. We recognise that there are real challenges out there, and as a Council we wanted to be able to come in front of members to come up with some options in terms of how we can deal with the immediate issues at hand. This is not and will not be the only response that the Council will make, because clearly we have to do our work in relation to the annual plan, which has to be resolved by June, and then on to the long-term plan. And my staff are turning their attention this week to exactly that to work through. But I would stress that that needs some considered thinking, and that this report is our immediate response to the issues that the public and businesses are facing. So I'd ask my Chief Financial Officer, Carol Ballett, to take members simply through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn, for those opening comments. So we all know that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on our households, individuals and businesses right throughout New Zealand. These are uncertain times, and prudence and caution is required. This report has been prepared for the Council in a very short time frame, and I'd like to thank specifically Gavin Thomas and Diane Brandish and the rest of my finance team for their support in pulling this together. The short time frames have meant there has been limited time for consultation and discussion with our other partners. We've received really good advice from LGNZ, Solgum and DIA, and a copy of that is on the Big Tin Can for members. Some of the key advice is not to rush decisions due to the uncertainty, and that rates do need to be paid so councils can continue to deliver essential services. The government is providing some support, but what you have in front of you today is a paper where you can consider some immediate support for households and businesses to help provide some immediate relief. At Council, our financial position is currently stable. We do have access to borrow funds, but there are some significant key financial risks, that we need to be aware of, and those include our heavy reliance on rates income, on fees, and on the dividends that we receive from CCHL. We've done some modelling around the impact of the 4-week lockdown, and we're estimating that will have a $6 million impact for us at Council. We've also looked at a worst-case scenario of this financial year of a 3-month lockdown, and if we combine that with providing the rates relief we're talking about today and any potential loss of the CCHL 26 million dividend due in June, that would have an overall $35 million impact. This would result in a 6.75% additional increase in rates for next year. We have had some discussions with other councils and major cities across New Zealand. Most are adopting a cautious approach and doing modelling and scenarios to see what the impact will be. At this stage, our understanding is that Hamilton is the only other major city that has announced a relief package. It's important to note that any changes to rates or any rates relief needs to comply with council policies and with legislation. So in preparing this report, we've sought advice both from our in-house legal team and also from Jonathan Salter of Simpson Grierson, who is an expert in local government acts and in rating. So we've looked at the mechanisms we currently have available, and there are two. The first one is the rates postponement policy. This policy, the way it's currently designed, is more focused on longer-term postponements and does not apply to businesses. This is still a valid mechanism, and it is still available to all of our ratepayers across the city, including the elderly and other residents who may have longer-term financial constraints. However, we are not recommending this as the key approach for dealing with an immediate COVID response, but people are still welcome to apply under this mechanism. The mechanism we are recommending is the rates remission policy. This is an approach that applies to all ratepayers, so both households and businesses. And what we're proposing under this policy is that if residents and businesses are able to pay within the 6-month period of the due date, that we will remit any late payment penalties. Now, obviously, there will be some criteria around this, and we will talk about the criteria later. But the principle here is that provided the payment is made within 6 months, any late payment penalties will be remitted. Now, there is a cost to council of doing that, and the cost to council is roughly $1 million of rates penalties that we were expecting to receive during that period, plus a further $1.25 million of interest cost associated with both the delay in receiving the rates and our need to pay GST within the legislative time frame. So that is the first piece we're looking at. The second piece we're looking at is remitting the sorry, let me start that again. That there is a 10% rate surcharge that is imposed at the start of April on any outstanding rates from the prior year. Now, we've had very strong legal advice on this, and we do still need to impose the surcharge, but what we can do is we can remit the surcharge on application if people have been impacted by the COVID-19. Our hardship criteria that we're looking at is aligned with the government criteria, and I will come back to that later. But for now, I'll just touch on the two other key areas that we're looking at relief. So the first of those is with our trade debtors. So we're looking at if any debtors have been impacted by the shutdown or the lockdown, that we will deal with those on a case-by-case basis and adopt a lenient approach. We also have 1,600 tenants in commercial and other properties, and we're estimating 390 of those are likely to be impacted. And so in the resolutions you have in front of us, we have a number of relief packages that we're suggesting for them, including deferring chasing debt, providing a rent holiday, and suspending leases. So I will come back now to the hardship criteria, and then I will check in with my colleagues, Diane Brandish, to see if she has anything further she would like to add. So with the criteria, what we are looking for here is under the financial hardship, we're looking at for businesses, it's directly aligned to the government criteria of suffering a 30% drop in your income or revenue for the year as a result of COVID. For residential people, what we're looking at here is that either there has been a loss of job or that normal income from all sources has been reduced by 20% or more for at least 1 month prior to the due date of rates. So at this point, I'd like to hand over to my colleague Diane Brandish to see if she has any further points she would like to raise.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you for explaining that paper so well. The only thing I would just reinforce, and you did touch on it, is that while this is primarily aimed at businesses and individuals who have suffered loss as a result of the shutdown, there is still the Council's normal postponement policy, which any elderly people can apply for, as has been the case in the past, and we would encourage them to do so if there are citizens who are not directly impacted by the shutdown, but do have some financial constraints. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron, you've got a question.
Oh, yes. Just in the paper, it keeps referring to COVID-19 lockdown. When Carol was speaking, she just says COVID-19. Do we need the word lockdown? Because there'll be people affected not necessarily by the lockdown, so when people read this, they might go, oh, do I have to have been in lockdown? So does that word need to be there is my question.
Aaron, it's a good question. I'm not quite sure what the response to that is. I guess we are all impacted by the lockdown. So what we're looking at is the drop in the revenue as a result of that lockdown. So if, for example, a supermarket business has been able to continue operating, we would not expect them to be putting in an application for this.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is when the government did their first package, it was over a week prior to it was a week prior to the lockdown being announced, and so the lockdown didn't even exist at that point. The different levels hadn't come out at that point, but they'd done their financial package, which was just purely based on drops in income, so on and so forth. And so for us to use lockdown, if we don't have to use it, I think it would be better without it. That was all.
Maybe a better. Yeah, I mean the thing is that I totally get what Aaron's saying in terms of the of the lockdown. It's and I did query it myself in my head when I was looking at the original recommendations, and I thought, you know, what happens if layoffs happened prior to the lockdown occurring, because essentially, well, I mean, it's true actually, the people essentially started closing premises before the lockdown happened, or reducing work dramatically. So some people would have already lost quite considerable business, so 30% drop in income as a result of the COVID-19. I would personally feel more comfortable with the word crisis, because then we're focused on the crisis period, which includes the lockdown. But I will take advice from those who've got current legal practicing certificates and various other things like that. Dawn? Or Carol? I don't know, someone...
This is Carol. I was just wondering, we do have our legal colleagues on the call. I'm just wondering if Adela, Ian or Vivian, if you wanted to make a comment.
Sure, Adela here. Look, can you just clarify the question? It's sort of cutting in and out a little bit. I just want to be crystal clear on exactly what you'd like me to answer.
I'm just asking the question now as a result of the question from Aaron. Could we change the word lockdown in A and B to COVID, so it reads COVID-19 crisis, because there will be businesses that laid off staff before the lockdown occurred.
That's no problem. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Good question, Aaron. Okay, I've got James Goff.
Thanks, Leanne. My question, I guess, is what would be the implication of amending our recommendations to remit the late penalty payments for all at this time who seek it, not just those who tick the hardship criteria box today?
Perhaps I could respond to that. So the original request from Council was to respond to those who've been affected by hardship. As a Council, we're required to act prudently and act with caution, so I would not be recommending that at this stage.
Okay, I guess to word it a slightly different way then, what are the financial implications? And the reason, to give you an understanding of why I'm saying it, is because there will be a lot of people, potentially a majority of people, that might not have felt the financial pinch today, thus do not qualify. However, there might be even a majority of the city who their job is in jeopardy going forward. They may not have a job in a month's time. So to put trust onto them and allow us to be flexible and responsive to their needs, is there a financial cost to that if we were to make it broader at this point in time via our recommendations?
The financial modelling that we've done and the figures that we've included in the paper actually are based on if the total cost of everyone did apply, because we wanted you to see what the biggest impact would be. So it's the 1.25 million of the interest cost based on cash flow issues.
Can I add to that? Yes, Diane here. Can I add to that, please? The greater risk, Councillor Goff, is to cash flow. It's not so much what we give up in remissions, it's what we lose in cash flow, and the Council is still quite heavily reliant on receiving a substantial proportion of rates in order to meet its ongoing services. If we were to do as you're proposing and people elected not to pay for quite some time, then the cash flow risk is difficult to manage, and particularly with the current markets as they are.
Okay, no, I understand that. It's very COVID-like in the sense that it's about us flattening the curve, I guess. Okay, thank you for that.
The next one is Sam McDonald.
Yeah, thanks, Leanne. I think Carol might have answered it just then with Jamie's question, but it was just basically clarifying that the 1.25 million under 5.5 is effectively a worst-case scenario if all ratepayers were to apply for it, which obviously they won't. So, look, I think it's been asked and answered, so that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie.
What I wanted to know was around the criteria, I guess, and how people are going to, or businesses will prove, what they'll need to do to be able to apply on the recommendations for. So with businesses at the moment, with the 30% drop, businesses don't need to provide any evidence to the government, at least at this stage, that they're suffering from a 30% drop. And also with the change to Part B of number 4, talking about all normal income from all sources being reduced by 20%. That would mean that if they had a 20% drop from their income from a business that they were working from, and they had something in writing from that business saying they had agreed to it, there would be maybe other places where they may be getting income from, and how would we know all of those sources? And I'm not saying people will try and take advantage, but I would like to know that this is a very thorough process, and we make sure that we know that we're giving the money to the people who need it most.
So perhaps I could respond on that. It's
Sorry, not
here.
money,
So,
it's just a remission, you know what I mean.
yeah. So what we're trying to do is come up with something that is fair and reasonable and acknowledges the difficulty that many of our residents and businesses are facing. In the wording that you have in front of you, we've tried to take a pragmatic approach here, and we will be trusting our businesses and residents to be honest around that. We will also be looking for some form of documentation or verification of that.
So what would be an example of that for a business, for example?
Will it be
start on that.
Future booking?
I could start answering that. Where people have made application for the wage subsidy, we will be looking for a copy of that. Where a person has been laid off or had a reduction in their salary which they've agreed to, we'll be looking for a copy of that. We're looking to set up an online thing so that those who have access online can send it through. Those who don't have only to ring and advise that their intention is to apply for it, and then they can send through the written documentation once the lockdown releases and people can get out again and start mailing things. So to some extent we're not wanting to take a severe approach to it, but we do have to rely on some evidence of the loss of job. And you're quite right, Councillor, they may have another job, but we can't be following up all of that. And I think most people, I think anyone that is trying to do that will be in the minority.
Thanks for that. I'm not sure that my question about businesses was answered, but you're able to answer that?
Well, a business has to apply, as I understand, if they want a wage subsidy if they've lost 30%. So there would have to be some evidence of it. We don't want to duplicate what already exists, but we will require something.
Okay, thanks, Diane.
I've got Anne Galloway.
Well, thank you. Just clarification really of the financial hardship criteria in terms of in the policy it says up to 100% can be postponed, but fees charged annually. Is that correct, and what does that mean in this context?
Sorry, Anne, it's Karakia. Can you just refer us to which part you're looking at, which clause?
When I go online and find out the form, to find the form that had to do with financial hardship and not being able to pay rent rates, one of the clause, and I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, says that up to 100% can be postponed, but fees will be charged annually. Now, I'm just a little bit confused about how this will work in this context. So if a person is not able to pay their rates and they go online to find the form, what does that mean for them? Does it mean that we will charge them a fee for not paying their rates?
I can answer that one. The current form there is the rates postponement form, which is for those people who have serious illness or other, perhaps elderly, might have a house but little income. That's the postponement form, where people go online, apply for the rates postponement, which can be up to 10 years or longer. In fact, it's not limited, it can be longer than that. And they are required to provide some evidence financially. We put a charge over the property, and we charge a fee, not a huge fee, but it's like an admin fee annually. That's for a permanent rates postponement. What we're talking about here is a short-term deferral. So there was no intention to charge a fee for the deferral, but the postponement requires more management.
Thank you. And just another question, and I had asked for us to consider that those residents who are only receiving 80% of their pay should only have to pay 80% of their rates bill for this quarter. How does what we have in front of us meet that request?
I was unaware of the request, but it does say up to, and so therefore if the person sent that through and that's what the council's resolved to do, then that's what the staff would work with the ratepayer to implement. We, if possible, would like a deferred payment scheme, because if people defer their rates for too long, they clash with instalment one for next year, which doesn't help individuals out at all. We're trying to offer some assistance, but also mindful of the bigger cash management. Now, clearly we don't want to get involved in people's individual cash positions, and we can talk through the various consequences of what people are looking to do, but we are trying to provide some assistance for those who, as we said, may have lost their job, are unsure when their next job will be available, and to try and relieve the financial pressure and mental stress.
So it sounds like you're saying, Diane, that there will be flexibility within this to accommodate different situations, and that there will be dialogue and communication with the organisation that people will have to come to the best resolution for them?
Well, to the extent possible, if you'd appreciate if there's a lot of applications. I mean, I know we can call on other staff at the moment, other council staff, but we're not, and remember, we're not a financing service. We may well refer people to financing services that already exist if they want to sit in with a financial advisor and work through. So we are not wanting to assume that responsibility, because that's quite an onerous responsibility. We're simply wanting to, as we've said, provide an opportunity for what people can do to relieve their pressure. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but you'd appreciate council staff are not qualified to provide detailed financial service advice.
The other thing is that we have got a request in item number 5, request staff to report back to the council with any further information or adjustments in relation to the financial hardship criteria. So this is an urgent, immediate response. It is not the total response. It is just for the time being. I've got Andrew, Sarah and James, and for me, where I'm running out of time. Oh, and then Mike, and then another question from Sarah, and then another question from Sarah, but I think they might be the emails finally coming through. All right, so I've got Andrew, Sarah, James, Mike, and that's it.
Apologies,
Okay,
Chair, this is Adela Cardos. I've also got a piece of advice that I'd like to give, but you let me know when you want that.
Well, give it now so that it might save someone asking a question.
Okay, so my concern with the proposed change to the wording in paragraph 4, recommendation 4, subparagraph B, is that it could actually be open to wealthy ratepayers to actually not pay their rates on time and then therefore not incur a penalty. Because as it currently reads...
the one that's come through?
Yes, so residential properties, where as a result of the COVID lockdown the owners have lost their jobs.
Can you just take that offline and talk to the Chief Executive first and then come back? So I'll just go through the questions. Sorry, Andrew, Sarah, James, Mike.
Thank you. My question relates to how this is going to work from a practical point of view for businesses, because of course our rating relationship is with the owners of properties rather than with tenants. So in an environment where the business operates as an entity, as a tenant within a building owned by another entity, a landlord, our rating relationships with the landlord. So how can we be confident that any rates relief that's provided to the landlord will in fact translate to a benefit to the tenant, the business, which is where the 30% drop in revenue will have occurred when we don't have a rating relationship with that business? How will that work from a practical viewpoint?
Andrew, it's Carol here. We have actually already been approached by one of the major mall landlords because they are looking at trying to provide relief for their tenants. So I would be very, very surprised if these property owners are not directly passing the benefit through to their tenants, because they'll be looking to try and have their tenants as long-term for their or even short and medium-term financial viability. They will need to be able to pass it on.
So we'll require a level of confidence that, I mean, there's an assumption that will occur, and I imagine in most cases it will. So we'll require a level of confidence that that's going to happen. But in terms of proving the 30% downturn, we will provide the relief to the landlord on the basis that it's the tenant who's proving the 30% downturn in revenues. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you just repeat the last part, Andrew? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's the business which is proving the 30% downturn rather than the landlord, the property owner. The relief will be provided to the landlord on the basis that it will be passed through to the tenant, to the business. So we'll obviously be dealing with either the business on behalf of the landlord or expecting the landlord to prove the 30% downturn on the part of the tenant. I just think there's potential for this to become quite complicated.
Yeah, absolutely there is. It's the latter of the two options you talked about. The landlord providing the evidence of proof is what we would be looking for. Our relationship is with the landlord, not with the tenants.
Yep. But the evidence that they're proving is that their tenant's business has dropped by 30%, not that their own business has dropped by 30%.
Yes. Well, it has to be that the revenue needs to relate to the property that it's been requested for.
I think that speaks to entirely the point I'm raising, but it would be the effect on the business that's run by the tenant that we'll be looking for proof on, rather than the effect on the rental income to the landlord, who is the owner of the property, realising that landlord and tenant are two separate entities, and our relationship is with landlord only.
But Andrew, the landlord income will drop. I mean, most of them are doing 50-50, if not 100% at the moment, so it'll be the same thing.
But not necessarily.
So then they wouldn't qualify.
Well, that's entirely the point I'm making. The business who we want to qualify for the relief may not qualify, even though their business has dropped by 30%, because the landlord has not experienced a 30% drop in rental revenue and may not be willing to take a 30% drop in rental revenue. So the two conversations...
James Goff here. No, they would, because I can tell you if the tenant has received a 30% or greater drop in revenue, they're actually not going to be paying a cent in rent to the landlord. So the landlord is most certainly going to experience it.
Okay, I think that relates to exactly the issue I'm raising, because not all landlords are just going to forgive that rent, and presumably not all tenants are just going to stop paying rent if they're in a financial position to do so, even though their revenue may have dropped by 30%.
But remember, the tenant is invoiced by the landlord for OPEX, and OPEX is obviously the rent. So if they've taken a massive hit financially, they're not going to be paying that through the landlord. Therefore, it makes sense for the landlord to process the application, because they'll all be directly hit by it.
Point of order. These questions should be directed to staff, and we shouldn't be having cross-table talk.
Thank you. I was trying to keep up with all the emails that were coming in at the same time. I understand that this is possibly the point for debate rather than. I mean, the thing is that this is not the last solution that we will come up with. It is an immediate solution, and utilising as far as possible the government criteria that's already been established is just a useful mechanism to give people some immediate reassurance that we've got our eye on this. We have asked staff to report back to Council with any further information or adjustments in relation to the financial hardship criteria. And so I'm unclear as to whether it's the tenant who receives the rates bill individually, because I'm assuming that they do, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's because I'm in an ownership flat that I get my own rates bill, and if you're not in an ownership flat, I don't know what model it would be. But no, I suppose that you're a tenant. You're a tenant. Okay, look, I'm thinking out loud, which is really bad. So we'll just the point that Andrew's making is that I don't actually know what the point is Andrew making. Can one of the staff members please respond to the point that he's asking?
Look, it's Carol here. I think what Andrew is highlighting is the complexity of the situation, and that our relationships are with landlords, not tenants, and we need to have some care and some prudence and caution around our processes, both with our online forms and our documentation, to make sure that the relief we are providing is actually being provided to people who need it.
Right. Okay. So was there anything else, Andrew, or is that enough? 1:45, everyone.
Right. I mean, the question I asked was to illustrate the complexity of the situation. We just need to be sure that the benefit actually lands where it needs to land, which is with the experiences level of income, requirements.
Sorry, you're fading in and out, so I don't know why, whether it's you or me or what.
All right, I'm comfortable with the response.
Thank you. Sarah, your question is around LGNZ advice. I've gone online to have a look. That's separate?
Yeah, no, that was
okay.
That one can just be to the side. No, it was at the beginning when Carol was talking. We're talking about a cost to the council of what we're proposing, and we know that whatever we decide to do now will have an impact on the recovery, but also on our annual plan coming up. And we were talking about the cost to council of the foregone income from late fees, which is fine, and the cost of borrowing for the GST we have to pay. I just want to make sure that we're really clear that that's not a cost that council can just bear itself. That's a cost that will have to be borne somehow through the annual plans. It's a cost to ratepayers. Is that right?
Yes, Sarah. These costs are costs that are additional to any budgets or anything that we currently have in our financial, in either our annual plan or our financial budgets. These are all additional costs.
Yeah, so this is money that needs to be found from somewhere, and I know there's some talk already about trying to find some potentially capital projects to cut and those kind of things, but because this is operational revenue, it's going to have to be some operational expenditure somewhere way, or some borrowing, those kind of things, rather than capital projects. Is that right?
The advice is that you don't normally borrow for operational expenditure, and that that it does need to be funded by rates or other income sources, or reduce spending in other areas.
Yeah, but how much is the capital when it comes to rates at the moment? Is it around 100 million?
Yes, it's a little over 100. Yeah.
And about 5 million.
Yeah, 5.2 million of OPEX equates to roughly 1% of rates, and if Diane's there, she can probably give the CAPEX figure.
CAPEX figure is around 105. So you've got to save a lot of CAPEX to save any rates revenue.
That's right. So, to save 5%, we'd need to save the equivalent of the stadium, or something different, or 25% of 25 million in operational.
Ma'am, would you mind if I add a comment?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Dawn.
So this is exactly why I say the decisions that you take today will require us to build into how we deal with the annual plan, and then also into the LCP. And I don't think we should make any assumptions in terms of normal approach to it. We're going to have to think very, very differently as a council. In particular for the annual plan.
Yeah, that's great, thanks. I just wanted to make it really clear that we just can't cut capital to save this money. Cheers.
Thank you. The next one is James Goff.
Look, I think in the interest of time, I'll take this offline, so all good, thanks.
Okay, and others have taken theirs offline as well, which have resulted in people looking at things. And Yanni's got a last minute question there. Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to get a sense of, in the report there's a number of assumptions that are made, but what I don't see is what steps have been taken to reduce spending or save money during the lockdown. And I'm also mindful that we don't have much certainty. You recall last week's council meeting I tried to understand what the budget implications were for the response. We've had no paper around that. So I'm just trying to understand, A, what we're doing to reduce spending, save money, and B, what budget envelope we're putting aside for the response and how that's being sorted with central government. And then the other thing was just, I guess, a procedural thing, but, you know, when can we get a briefing from CCHL to understand what they are doing? And I know it's a dynamic situation, but I do think, given the significant figures in the report, it would be really good to hear directly from them over where they see things.
That I can answer the second one, and I'll leave the first one to Dawn. The second one is that the CCHL board meeting is next week. It isn't the final board meeting before we have to lock down decisions as a board, but it will be essential to brief councillors after the board meeting next week.
And to respond to the other elements, which I'm sure Carol then will add to. So, for example, we are not, so we've taken an approach on our recruitment. We're not just recruiting as normal. All recruitment has to come through means, and it has to be essential recruitment. For example, to ensure that we're keeping our costs down. In relation to the root and branch review that we're doing on the budget, that absolutely will have to take into consideration how we can deal with the additional costs that will come out of the challenge of COVID-19. We are reviewing all of our spend across the board, both OPEX and capital, and we're starting the work already in relation to the annual plan and the LTP about thinking very, very differently. And finally, this morning we were working through the principles as a council management team around the recovery plan for the council and what that could mean at each stage of the lockdown, which allows us to give some financial numbers. And fundamentally, the first set of numbers you've got are in this report. Carol, you may want to add in terms of just what we're doing on the work in relation to the budget.
Look, I think, Dawn, you've covered it. In the interest of time, I think let's just move to the next question if there is one, or the resolutions.
Well, I think no, that's the end of the questions, and I've had people helpfully email with an offer to move in second. So the resolutions are going to be moved with the change of the word lockdown wherever it appears in the resolutions, replaced with the word crisis, and I'll get Joe to confirm that. If that can be done, and it's seconded by Andrew Turner, and I know others offered to second in the reply thing, but I'd already had some direct feedback from him. So that's moved Sam McDonald and seconded Andrew Turner. I'm sorry to
interrupt, but we didn't receive the full information from Adele on that change to the resolution.
Yeah, I was just going to send a message through to Dawn to say, Dawn, is Adela in a position to update us, or have you had a direct conversation there? Thanks.
So I think that the issue in terms of ensuring that we are protecting the council's position and that people who should be paying their rates and can afford to pay their rates
to number 4
do so. No? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think the question is around number 4, but what we're actually doing is that we're agreeing that the crisis will have, or agree that we will have particular regard to the impact of the COVID-19 crisis, some ratepayers to pay instalment for of the 2019-2020 rates, and then it considers the late payment penalties and the rates remission policy, and then agrees the financial hardship criteria initially to be aligned where possible with government criteria, which include. So, people are going to have to really confirm that they are experiencing financial hardship. So, I think we try to keep this as simple as possible, and we come back next week with any additional recommendations or changes that we want to make. But I honestly think that for every example that people want to talk about other income, for example, then you start to talk about small amounts of interest in bank accounts. I mean, every example has a disadvantage. This says normal income from all sources reduced by 20% or more for at least 1 month before the rate's due date. It puts it into that 80% category, which is the coverage that the employer subsidy applies to, but it doesn't link it to the government subsidised wage, because by doing that, we then will deny it to anyone who got who essentially got laid off and were and didn't qualify for other reasons. But anyway, I'm really open to it. If I mean, Adela's got a valid concern, and all she's doing is informing us of the reality that there technically will be an ability for somebody to say they have financial hardship under these criteria, but wouldn't apply in the normal course of events. But I'll leave it over to Adela. Thanks.
The comment that I wanted to make was if we could tighten it to make it clear that it's for that residential property that they live in alone, and that then reduces the risk of somebody who has a big portfolio of residential properties and they're a landlord and they can actually financially afford the rates and the penalties, but they defer payment because they're better off having the funds in their own bank account.
I'm really happy for it to say owner-occupier. For the owner-occupier who've lost their jobs. Yeah. I mean, are people generally comfortable to change that wording, the mover and seconder?
Yes. Mm.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
That's good.
And Andrew?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. So does that help your concern, Adela? I mean, you're right to raise it. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, that certainly helps, because even if someone is trying to utilise this mechanism to defer payment and not get a penalty, it would only apply to one property rather than a whole massive portfolio of properties.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, so I'll open it up for debate, and I'll do what I did the last time, which is to go back to the beginning and just call through each of the councillors. And if you say that you don't want to, you don't need to participate in the debate, that's fine, and we'll just move on. So that's fine, whatever you choose. Right. So, but we do need to get through this quickly because people have got obligations at 2:00. So, Jimmy Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I fully support this recommendation. Although it is an immediate resolution from the staff, but it's considered, very completely, particularly for, those financial business people, and also for those property and the apartment owners, etc. However, the particular I fully agree with the LTNZ, their advice. If we review those 3.6.1, the particular emphasize, even every council has an immediate response to zero rate increase. However, council are urged to carefully consider any major financial decision to avoid situation that could hinder response and future recovery effort. But we are not aware, how the impact based on this the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, our budget will be impact the total about $35.13 million. However, this face the reality. One expects, how to help the property, the owner, the residents through the remission, through any late payment postpone. The other one, the council.
Thank you, Jimmy. I've got to move on. I think you've made a very good point.
Yeah, I fully support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Chu.
Oh, look, thanks, Leanne. I'll be really, really brief. Especially in a time like this of going through extreme change and uncertainty and people facing real financial hardship, I think it's really good that our council have stepped up and have got this recommendation in front of us. I do want to definitely have conversations moving forward, which I believe we will, just regarding the budgeting and reprioritising some projects, but I think this is a really good step moving forward, and really good recommendations regarding immediate actions that we can take to relieve burden on our ratepayers. I'll be fully supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Coker.
No debate.
Thank you. Pauline Cotter.
Thank you. In this environment, these rapid decisions do involve a high level of trust, which I'm sure we've heard this message from Jacinda Ardern repeatedly, and we're relying on people not to commit fraud. I just want to thank you for all the work on this, and I'll be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you. James Daniels.
Kia ora. I have a question about the "will consider" aspect of these recommendations or these motions. Does that mean that we're going to do it, or are we just considering it? I think that's what Jimmy was asking before, one of the things he was asking. Can you clarify?
We're in debate now, so too late for questions. Sorry, carry on.
All right. Okay. All right, so I am concerned about that. Yeah, I missed the boat on that. But then there's another issue that I am concerned about too, 4B in these recommendations, which is talking about residential properties. And is it limited to an owner-occupier? That's what we just put in there. But what about a landlord with a number of properties where tenants may not be able to, or just simply refuse to pay their rent, and then they can't be evicted for a period anyway? What about those people? That's what I'm worried about. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'll have a third think on
it. Mike Davidson.
No debate required for this.
Anne Galloway.
Thank you. Fully supportive. These are immediate actions that we are taking to support our residents. I think, Mayor Leanne, you said that we need to reach out to our community and bring them on board, and 3 ways we can do that is to show that we're listening to the fact that people are really struggling. I believe that we are addressing that, and I look forward to further discussions on how we can deepen that and make it even more helpful for people. I think too that we need to make sure that we make this information very accessible for people so they understand the processes, and I think that we need to communicate what we've decided today in a very simple and clear way so that people know what has been decided today. So very supportive. Thank you for the work that's been done.
James Goff.
No debate for me, thanks.
Yanni Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. I support this as a first step. I do think there is a bigger question that needs to happen, I think, across council and its companies, and that is obviously, we've got such a wide range of people that are going to be impacted. So how we really, I think, what we're seeing globally is how do those who are the most well off support those who are the least well off and the most impacted. So I look forward to having that conversation at some point. But I think this is a good first step, although I'm still concerned that it simply moves the problem for another day rather than solves the problem. But I know it's a lot bigger than what we can do as a city, but I think we should be open to the fact of continuing to look at how we can save money and how we can support those who need the help the most. Thank you.
Aaron Keown.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just listening to Yanni's point and don't completely agree with it because there are a number of people who a few weeks ago were quite well off and are no longer and will be on the red line. They will bounce back because that's the type of people they are. But this is about helping people for a while. The point that one of my fellow councillors made before around the clear messaging, I think it was Anne, has to be very, very clear that this is not getting away from paying your rate. It's just around some of the deferrals and that you can pay it slightly differently. But you still have to pay, and we have to be clear around that for people because you don't want people going, oh, I'll just not pay them now, and then next year or later in the year get a hell of a shock and be in a lot more trouble than they would have been if they were chipping away at it. So let's make sure the messaging is very clear.
Yep, thank you, Aaron. I'll come back to you, Sam, because you can close the debate as the mover. Phil Major.
Yeah, I agree totally with Aaron. No debate. Thank you.
Jake McClellan.
No debate from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Scandrett.
No debate from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Templeton.
Thank you. Just quickly noting that this is absolutely the right thing to do for now. A really good first step for the tenants in council facilities and other things to have that rent holiday for now, and really good that people who are in hardship will be able to access some deferment of their rate payments from last year's rates. And it's really important to note that this is just the first step and that next year's rates will be worked on and that this will have an impact. And as the CEO said, the annual plan is going to need very considered thinking, and there won't be a single fix for what we need to go through. But making sure that our communities and our people are at the heart of it will be key.
Thank you. Andrew Turner.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody involved in preparing this proposal. Realising it's only a week since we went into level 4 restrictions, and that this has been a complex piece of work that's been done in a dynamic situation, so thank you for that. The focus on hardship is the right way to deal with this, as is the alignment with other government initiatives in terms of proof of that hardship. Providing relief where it's needed rather than universally is the right thing, and I support that as a general principle. I think it's important that we realise this is a first step. It may require some tweaking or may require further or greater intervention, and I'd encourage staff to come back to us if there are further recommendations we need to consider once the result of today's decision is in place.
That's lovely. Thank you. I'll just say a couple of words and then I'll hand over to Sam to close the debate. I think that the point that people have made, this just gives people breathing space. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just breathing space. It just means that when the bills are coming in at the moment, and people will be receiving a range of bills, and when the rates bill turns up for the fourth quarter, it's just for this financial year, and it's not something that we can immediately adjust for because we're not in the position to do that right now. And so just giving people breathing space, we'll find a way through this. I'm absolutely confident that we will, but it just gives those who are really up against it the opportunity to put this off for another day. And yes, oh, what's happened? Who's that? Who's done that?
Did someone put their phone on?
Who's done that? Help!
Someone's put us onto hold.
Has someone put us on hold? Can someone stop that? Go?
I'm afraid all we're able to do is actually mute the whole thing. Somebody's hit hold on their phone and
oh, okay.
rid of their mute. We can just...
We'll just have to wait till the end of the dial.
No, well, look, the thing is that I'm just going to continue on and quickly say over the top of it is that the commercial tenants of the council have been kind of overlooked in the debate a wee bit, but they are really important as well. So I'll leave it at that. There is more to come. This is just a first step, a very initial quick response to what is an urgent situation. Over to you, Sam. Sorry.
No debate. Let's put the vote.
Okay, so Joe, can you do the debate? Because then we're going to find out who it is. Whoever put their phone on hold, unfortunate, because we had to put up with music, sorry. Live stream.
Well, actually, Leanne, Leanne. It looks like they've just come off hold, have they?
Who?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's Carol here. That was me. I was just trying to sort out the issue with Andrew and Sam.
Okay, well, look, sorry, that just completely ruined the meeting, so I'm not going to go into it there, but I'm going to let Sam close the debate and then we'll take the vote.
Okay, thanks. I won't take very long at all, but just to reiterate, it's a really good short-term option that provides flexibility to not only those who've lost their jobs, but I think, and I want to acknowledge the mayor for working with us on getting it for those who have had a drop in income. I think, as a result of this, it is the initial step, but like everyone's talked about, there is a bigger conversation to be had, and I do think we tend to need to think change the way we think as a council in terms of when we are burdened with another cost. That doesn't just mean a rates increase, it means we prioritise spending and create greater efficiencies. So I'm more than happy with this today, acknowledging it's a first step. So thanks.
Thank you. Joe, could you please conduct the vote?
Certainly. Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Chen? Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Chen. Councillor Chu?
No, he said yes.
I think he said yes.
Okay, thank you.
He did say yes.
Right, it didn't come through here. So, apologies. Councillor Chu?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Daniels?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes.
Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Councillor Goff?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Kewen?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Major?
Yes.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett?
Aye.
Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
That's 17 votes for the motion.
Thank you very much, and thank you all very much. Really appreciate the challenges, and we will have this fixed for our next meeting, and it will be, I think, a lot more productive and streamlined than this one has been. But I really appreciate the patience and thank all staff for working so hard to bring a paper in front of the council so absolutely quickly. So please, Dawn, pass on to the whole team just how pleased we are that they were able to respond in such a timely way. Could I invite Councillor Daniels to please close the meeting with a karakia?
Kia ora tātou, he karakia whakamutunga to finish. Right, ka whakairia te ara, kia wāte ai te tapu, kia tūrupi whakata ai, haumie, huie, taekie.
Taekie. Didn't turn my mic off. Look, thank you very much for that, and on that I declare the meeting closed. Thank you all very much.
Bye.
Thanks, Liam.
Thank you.
Thank you.